breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
Tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, including longevity, tips and practices.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the lovely viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita, and I welcome you again to this week's episode of Integrated Health. This week, we have brought for you something more exciting in terms of integrated health. And today's topic is longevity tips and practices. Before we know how to live longer and how to stay more happy and what all things are so important to live a life, let's begin with the prayer. I'll be holding an affirmation, a mantra, Gayatri mantra. You can hold any affirmation of your choice because the sun starts with the prayer and ends with the prayer, and so is our lives. And that's why, with an open heart, with the closed eyes, joining the hands with a gratitude and a smile on your face and in your heart, let's chant Om. Om Pur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Hyo Na Prachodaya. Om Pur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. Living a long life. Whenever we wish somebody on the birthday, we always say, may you have many, many more. And to add to these many, many mores in our life, sometimes it takes a big effort. As we are a child, we are brimming of life, we are full of life. We really hardly realize how important it is to live. And slowly, as the years pass by, and the graph of our ages moves from one decade to another decade to another decade, we simply realize it is very important that the lost years may come back and the years that are left may be preserved. And that's why longevity, life expectancy is a most important thing. In a clinical professions, we as clinicians see the life and death very close, and sometimes it gives us our life-changing experiences of our lives, which reminds us how we all should care for ourselves and how important it is to live to its abundance, the life at its full. And that's why in today's episode, we'll be talking with our experts as well as our leads in health profession who will give you some tips and guidances about longevity. But first, I'd like to have our guest to give a small comment before we move further with other guests of ours who are waiting for today from Israel. But I'd like to first welcome Dr. Anukul Goswami ji, who is our lead panelist as well as an orthopedician from United Kingdom. Global Namaste and a very good afternoon. And global Namaste to you, Rena, as well.
Global Namaste,
Dr. Anukul,
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
yes, yes. Dr. Anukul, what have you to say are your comments before we move to our first guest?
We have to constantly keep thinking that health is not merely something which is physical. It is much more beyond this. It's mental, social, and whole lot of things which are connected to us. And I think when it comes to our own life, we have to see right from the time when we are born, how we are connected to our parents, how we are connected to everything in the world, our ecology, the vegetations around us, the animals, and everything. I think they all constitute as a part of our health. The more connect, the more the chances are that we'll be able to live happily and contribute to the going on of the earth. I'm sure we have got
Yeah.
lots of learning from everybody who's going to be contributing this time.
Oh, of course. And we are eagerly waiting to have our guests from Israel who has joined us for a while. She's traveling somewhere, but still she has taken out time. So, Dr. Anukulji, let's welcome Rena Shoshana from Israel, who is a resident contributor, a wellness trainer, as well as a yoga lead. Global Namaste and a very good evening to you. Can you hear us, Rena?
Namaste.
Your bandwidth is pretty low. We can't hear you, Rena. We can't hear you very well. Yeah, we're not able to hear you, Rena. Can you please rejoin?
Can't hear me.
Can you rejoin from a place?
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, we could hear you a bit, but then can you rejoin from the place where you have a good bandwidth, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Amazing! Yay! Wonderful. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, please go ahead with your comments and your guidances for
Yeah, my
today's
comments and my
integrated
guide
health.
talking about integrated health and longevity. One thing that I take from the world of yoga is the breath, and that if we learn to breathe longer and breathe slower, it's a very simple way to lengthen our lives. And in yoga, also, we understand the connection between the breath and the mind.
And so, as we gain control of the breath, we also are gaining control of the mind, which has a very powerful impact on the body. And if we want to look at more holistic way of setting ourselves up for longevity, the way that I see it is really quite simple, and it's just making sure that we are taking care of ourselves in the best way possible by paying attention to living a healthy lifestyle and eating healthy food, and understanding that there's a parallel between those two things. So, first and foremost, making sure that our relationships are nourishing us, that our home environment is a safe space for us to be in, that we have a satisfying spiritual relationship, that we're focused on cultivating joy in our lives, that we prioritize exercise, that we feel stable with our finances, that we do work that is meaningful in the world. And all of these things feed us just in the same way as, not physically, they nourish us in the same way as the food that we eat. And so we have to prioritize those things. And when those things are in order, the food on our plate much more naturally also gets itself in order. And when it comes to eating for longevity, I tend to take a really simple approach of just making sure we're eating protein, fat, and carbs. I often think of vegetables as being carbs, and then other carbs like breads and rice are more like for pleasure, which is nice and an important thing that we need. But when it comes to like the biological need that we have for food, to just focus on getting lots of vegetables, healthy protein, healthy fat. And what the specifics of all of that means is unique to each person, both in terms of our lifestyle and our relationships, our home, our finances, our spirituality, our sense of joy, our exercise. Though all of that is going to be unique from person to person. And also the food that we eat is unique from person to person. Some people are vegan, some people are vegetarian, some people keep kosher, observe halal. Some people are growing their own produce in their backyard, and other people can only afford to buy canned and frozen vegetables. And one might have more nutrients easily accessible, but it doesn't make it necessarily better or more healthy. And a person has to take into consideration the whole picture of their lives when making decisions about their own nourishment. And that's really the work that I do, is supporting people in figuring out what is the healthiest choice for them to be making for themselves, both in the short term and in the long term, and then to take steps to bridge the long term, and like to take steps towards their long term goals one step at a time, in a way that, to tie it back in to what I said first, is safe for the nervous system. And that's where the breath comes in, that while we're making these changes, we have to be aware of our capacity that our nervous system has. And we know that if our breath is starting to be strained or starting to be stressed, the nervous system is out of balance. And that means that these changes might feel scary, might feel unnerving. We might not be ready for them. And that's okay too, because what's most important is that we're making these changes from a place of feeling safe, feeling calm, feeling grounded. And that when we do that, the change ends up being much more easily sustained. And it has the benefit of, like I said at the beginning, keeping the breath long, keeping the breath deep. And so all of this together is going to set somebody up for a long and healthy and joyful life. Does anybody have questions about anything I just said? Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Anukul, please go ahead.
Absolutely. I think the very first bit of sentences that Reina told were absolutely fantastic. They sort of got everything together: air, food, relationships, spiritual engagement, exercises, finances, and it really puts into account everything that's around it. I have one interesting question, and I often ask many of my patients as to what do you consider. They say, "Well, I eat very healthy." Then I ask, "What do you mean by healthy food?"
Mm-hmm.
And I think I understand it reasonably well, and I'm sure most of our speakers will understand it, also know it very well. But have you ever thought what constitutes actually healthy food? I'm just in trying to answer myself. I don't know the answers, but tell me, what do you think, in your opinion, constitutes a healthy food?
Yeah, that's such a good question. It reminds me also of a number of years ago. What really brought me to this work was that I had lots of health challenges. And I remember at one point sitting in front of a doctor and saying, I eat really healthy. I don't understand what the problem is. And he was like, well, clearly you're not eating healthy enough. And that was part of what fueled my passion to go and study for myself. And first and foremost, I believe that what is healthy for me and what is healthy for each of us is something that is continually changing and continually evolving. There is no one size fits all diet that's right for anybody for their entire life. So, like, what's most important is to be connected to yourself and to be aware of your changing needs. With that said, like I said before, making sure that you are nourished through your healthy lifestyle is first and foremost a priority. And then when it comes to the food that we're eating, let's say you're feeling satisfied with your lifestyle, you're ready to look at the food that's on your plate, because I do believe it has to happen in that order. Then when it comes to the food on your plate, like I said, healthy protein. I would argue that choosing to eat meat or choosing to not eat meat is a very personal decision. I'm not even going to say what I do personally. I don't think it matters. But I will say that it is totally possible to get all the nutrients you need from a plant-based diet. It also takes a lot of planning and a lot of work. So just something for people to be aware of. And if you do choose to eat animal products, to choose like animal products that are living pasture raised, and if we think about it energetically, that they're absorbing sunlight, they're absorbing grass, they're living a life where they're being cared for. I would argue that is really important for people who do choose animal products. And then for people who don't choose animal products, to make sure they're getting a wide variety of proteins from beans, quinoa, lentils, nuts, seeds, certain grains that do have high protein quality. And then when it comes to healthy fat, the top choices would be olive oil, avocado, nuts, seeds. I really like ghee. I make my own ghee. I believe coconut oil also is a healthy fat, but I know not everybody agrees with me on that. I know also ghee, for people who are staying away from animal products, they're not going to agree with me on that. Nuts, seeds, I think I said avocado, olive oil. And for anybody who still has any of those cheap plastic bottled yellow oils like canola, sunflower, I would encourage you to throw those in the trash right now.
Thank you.
That's
And then
wonderful.
yeah,
Wonderful.
Thank
and then
you.
there's yeah. Yeah, I think then the last thing would be just the vegetables, which I said before, that it's really depends on what you're able to have access to, both geographically and financially. But to try to, I guess,
geographically and financially.
yeah,
Yeah, that's a very big word, actually, geographically and financially.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you, Rena. That was very interesting, I think. And we could have like listed up much more. If you reach your destination in the hours we are in, please pop in again, and we'd like to have a chit chat with you to know more about all these things. This would be
thank you
very
so much.
interesting, and to dive deep into the geographical as well as financial tidbits of foods and the plates. That's lovely. Isn't it, Dr. Anukul? It's so nice to have some perspective from different people. And now we are going to have another lovely guest, Heather. And global namaste to you, Heather. I really love your t-shirt, which says yes. Oh,
And it's
it's really
sequins.
very nice.
It's
Oh,
sequined.
yeah.
It's sensationally sequined,
The
which seemed to
sequence, yeah.
sensationally sequined, which
That's
seemed to
what
go
I
along with my topic of senses and sensations today.
exactly. It's like sequencing with the 34 senses in a sensuous way
Say
to
that 10 times fast, please.
sequentialize your plate and your life. Here we go. I think that is the most sensuous thing we could have ever had. The sequence from your t-shirt that lands from the sequence
I
of our
think
senses to the plate.
this is my presentation in and of itself. Is just it's all in the sequence. It's all in the sequence. So,
Absolutely. So
and
lovely to
saying
have you.
yes to vitality and to everything that Rena just said. That it's really a matter of seeking
Yes.
what supports your individual vitality. So Rena, thank you for sharing those thoughts on a really wide spectrum of realities that we all need to navigate and find what's true for us. But it's really about saying yes to life and letting that be the guiding sort of North Star for the decisions that we make.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And today you're going to share with us something really fascinating, talking about cultivating our 34 senses in building regenerative models for care. What it is about, it's very fascinating to know about all these things. So go ahead, please. Thank you.
Happy to be here. Global Namaste. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be here as always. It's always a privilege. So thank you. So we'll dive into the yummy and rich world of senses. And I'll begin by just inviting you to imagine healthcare without hospitals. Healthcare that exists in every space, in every home, in every institution that's really rooted in lifestyle choices that are fundamentally supported by this human right that we have to safety, which Rena spoke to really beautifully, softness, the vitality that I mentioned earlier, and I think most importantly, sovereignty. Sovereignty is a really key element to all of those factors. So imagining that we have these four sort of pillars of safety, softness, vitality, and sovereignty that we all have a right to exist within on a daily basis, that we can breathe fresh air, we can drink clean water, clean structured water that supports our systems, that we can make decisions from a place of independence and agency that supports our individual experience as well as the ecosystems of community and family that we exist in. So if you imagine that the models of healthcare are taken out of the hospital and into essentially every space you will ever occupy or walk into. Just imagine that capability, that field of awareness and that frequency of healing existing everywhere, that it's not confined to walls, let's say, that it's in every interaction that you have professionally, personally, socially, whatever it may be. And from that place, I invite you to, from the lens of longevity and vitality, since that's our topic today, reevaluate systems in your individual life, in the lives of especially our children, our grandchildren, reevaluate systems that don't support or protect, but these inherent rights, that they don't support or protect these inherent rights, but they create the very pain and trauma and disconnect that they're designed to treat. Just take a moment to think of the institutions and the systems in your life that haven't supported, that haven't protected, whether it's your individual experience or observations, witnessing of family members, loved ones, friends, whatever it may be. We all have those stories and those relationships to institutions and systems that fundamentally don't support us. So with that awareness, I'll invite a slight sort of paradigm shift of something interesting that's happening in Denmark. I think Denmark is doing a lot of really good things. And there is an architect there named Jan Gehl, and he is changing the face of what it means to live in an environment. The Danes are known to be some of the happiest and healthiest population on the planet. And it's due in large part to the efforts and the research, the innovations of this particular architect, Jan Gehl, who reimagined healthcare without hospitals and designed cities and landscapes that support lifestyle choices and accessibility that are innate to these fundamental rights of being human: safety, softness, vitality, and sovereignty. So there are bike lanes everywhere in Denmark. The majority of the population ride their bicycles everywhere. So you have built-in physical activity in their daily life. In terms of building codes, they account for the amount of sun that the buildings can afford the residents. So they're anticipating how much sun residents will get from an interior space as part of their building code. So he changed the way that we evaluate how we exist in spaces on a daily basis. And I think it's an interesting example of paradigm shifting perspectives. So Denmark invested in these alternative structures of design that support vitality. And they've seen the benefits of it. And there are now other countries that are seeking to replicate the model of what Denmark is doing so successfully. So from that paradigm shifting perspective, I'm going to invite you to take this 12-minute period that we have today to imagine a paradigm where we are supported and encouraged and afforded tools to invest in the sensory spectrum, the rich sensory spectrum that we each have as human beings, as fundamentally sensory beings. And that the gateway into this rich sensory world that we all have is one avenue of the many that Rena kind of alluded to, that the rich world of our senses is another, I think, an essential avenue to enhance vitality through the awakening of these fairly dormant senses. So before I go into too much more information on the kind of the realities of the sensorial experience that we can have, I invite you to jump into a little bit of a embodied experience, as I often like to do in my sessions. So as we're all still kind of landing into this session, I invite you, for those who are comfortable, you can close your eyes if that helps you to interocept, to go internally and kind of tune in, whatever makes you feel comfortable, to really root into your feet and just let your body assume its natural rhythm, its natural breath. Paying attention and just witnessing the breath. Really just witnessing the breath as you enter into this gateway of a sensorial embodiment exercise. Not even exercise, an exploration. So using the breath as a portal, I invite you to just watch the natural rhythm of the inhalation and the exhalation of the breath. And invite yourself to just start to connect with, or not even connect, just observe the senses, the sensations that arise just through this observation of inhalation and exhalation. It may be visual, it can be a temperature change, it can be the sensation of sun coming in and lighting on your cheek, the touch of a dog that's coming close for connection, whatever it may be. Just start to tune in and be aware. Just be aware. And as you connect with the breath, I invite you to play with something we call synesthesia. Synesthesia is an entanglement of your senses. Billie Eilish is a famous example of a synesthete who can hear music and she sees visuals, she sees color and she sees shapes, and it's an integral part of her creational experience. This is one expression of many synesthetic powers. So in an effort to play with synesthesia, whatever that means for you right now, I invite you to using breath as your connecting element, speaking to the expansion and the kind of the capacity to really elongate that breath that Rena was speaking to. As you're breathing and in your natural rhythm, I invite you to afford the capacity of vision into your breath. Imagining that the act of inhalation and exhalation invites the ability to see internally, that your breath becomes able to witness itself and to witness its relationship to everything around it. Whether it be the rib cage, whether it be extending up in the inhalation to the sternum, just play. You can't do this wrong. We're just playing with the capacity for the breath to exhibit and to inhabit these other senses, playing with the vision to start. and seeing what comes up for you, imagining that your inhalation and your exhalation has the capacity to see internally. And then jumping to touch, imagining that your breath can internally touch, feel, like physically feel the interior space of your ribs. Or for the women who are observing this, whether live or the recorded session, that your breath can touch, that it can graze the surface of your womb, of your pelvis. Just playing with these different sensations of touch, that the breath has the capacity to both witness and to feel the existence of these different senses within the physical act of inhalation and exhalation. And we'll do 2 more senses before we'll wrap up and move on to the next segment. Inviting the breath again to inhabit a sense, a different sense. Let's jump to smell, being a fairly obvious one kind of with breath. And I have, just by chance, a little bit of sage and a little bit of rosemary here to my side. So I'm gonna use these olfactory senses to kind of tune into the capacity of the breath to feel that same sensation, to explore that same sensation of smell, that sensory capability of smell within the act of breathing. Taking it down to the feet. We haven't given much effort to the feet or attention to the feet, but imagining that your breath, one, can extend down to your feet, and if you have particularly smelly feet, that your breath can smell the smelly feet, that your breath has that capability. And then we'll end with the final sense. I'm not going to do one of the primary senses. I'm going to play with temperature, which is another one of our 34 senses. I'll talk a bit more about that in a second. But imagining that the breath, as you're inhaling and exhaling, that it can feel that it's sensitive enough that you're cultivating a level of sensitivity with this portal of the breath to feel temperature variations throughout your body. Ranging, let's go up to the head since we just went down to the feet, that you can feel temperature variations through your breath as witness into the cranium. And then I always love to come into the backspace. We often neglect the backspace of our body. So we'll go ahead and conclude with that play of the breath as capable of inhabiting these different senses of temperature regulation, of touch, of smell. We didn't do taste, but this is another element that this portal of breath can explore all of these capabilities. And as you're ready, if you have your eyes closed, I invite you to open your eyes and rejoin the rectangle that's before you if you're on your phone or on your computer. And just take a breath and make eye contact with those who are on the call with us right now. Or if you're watching the recording, if anyone's in the room with you, just to glance around the room and make contact. Just eye contact to ground yourself back into the space a little bit. And from that space of having connected with this synesthetic capability of just the breath, this is one small playground to enter into the rich world of sensory awareness, which I would advocate for is a key element to really supporting vitality. Let's talk about our senses a little bit. So our fundamental relationship to senses has its roots in Aristotle's research. And sadly, he really shortchanged us in many ways. He advocated for the 5 primary senses as being the key senses that we have access to as human beings, as sensory beings. But if I can go ahead and share my screen, I'm going to share. Let's see. No, okay, I can't do that while I have the virtual background, so we'll save that for later. So Aristotle advocated for the 5 senses: hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, etc. But the reality is, in modern science, and Dr. Tara Swart, if anyone is familiar with her, she's doing really fascinating work. She's a neuroscientist who recently lost her husband, and in the wake of losing her husband, it opened up a Pandora's box of research into extrasensory perception and what that means, because she had a series of interactions with her dead husband that left her questioning her reality. And with her scientific background, she had the skills to really research it and dive into it. So highly recommend exploring Dr. Tara Swart's research on what she advocates for are 34 senses, but she speaks to the 8 clair senses that we have. The 8 clair senses being, I'll just give a sampling of them just because of time: clairaudience, clairvoyance, clairsentience, these what are termed psychic abilities. And what this neuroscientist, Dr. Tara Sword, is essentially espousing is that we all have the capability to cultivate these senses. So the longevity models that I see in transforming healthcare are essential to utilizing the full capacity of these senses that we each have, so that we can take our healthcare, our health, our wellness, our vitality everywhere that we go, just through accessing something as simple as the breath in that exercise we did together today. So we always have access to it. And the more we continue to cultivate these senses, the more capacity we have to increase our longevity and our health, our vitality. So Dr. Tara Swart references that there are 34 senses in addition to the standard senses, the internal, the external. There are chemical and temporal senses as well. So we have our 5 primary senses that everyone knows, obviously. And then we also have the more internal. So proprioception, vestibular system is another branch of that. And then going into the temporal space, that's the relationship to circadian rhythm is one example. And in terms of chemical, if you cultivate enough sensitivity and awareness of the sensory sort of spectrum that we have access to, you can even get sensitive enough to understand and sense, not even understand because it's a felt sense and awareness of the shift in pH in your body. The shift in pH in our body, which is essential for health. An alkaline environment versus a highly acidic environment. We want a healthily balanced alkaline environment. So to develop a practice where you're sensitive enough to be aware of when you have an imbalance in your pH. This is the goal, that we become our own physicians. We become our own pharmacy through cultivating this awareness and this brilliance that is our 34 senses. I would say, again, even more. I think we have closer to like 43 to 44. So even in ancient Egypt, I'm going to wrap up. I'm almost done. In ancient Egypt, they said that we had 350 senses, and I would venture that we're heading more in that direction of remembrance of that capacity. So how do we do this? Just one quick tip as I wrap up. I personally invite you to interact more with artists. Artists have a natural pathway into these sensorial systems and capabilities. So invite more poets and painters and writers and dancers and choreographers into your life as a way of fueling and giving nourishment, really deep nourishment to your individual sensory capacity to really heal yourself and enhance your vitality. Thank you.
Hmm. That's cool. Heather, before we jump in more, we'd like to chit chat with you. I think Kailashi has a quick question for you. Let's have her because she will be leaving. A global namaste to you, Kailashi. Your question, please.
Yeah, global namaste, and thank you so much to all of speakers so far. Really, really interesting, and it's very pertinent about the health that
Your
we've talked
camera is
about, the
lopsided.
eating.
Can you just?
Sorry, I can't do landscape, so is that okay for
Yes.
now?
Yeah,
I'm trying
that's
to put it in
fine. That's
landscape.
fine.
So,
Please go ahead. No problem.
yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Yeah, so I have a question, and it's related to health and well-being. I've got a relative who's been really, really ill in hospital for the past 3 or 4 days, unable to empty his bladder and also his bowels as well. And the doctors had put in catheter and all these. It's just that he's so fed up. And it's kind of quite serious now because the family are all worried. I was wondering if there's any other remedies, and the breath thing that on us. So, is there any tips that I could pass on to the relative, because they're in very desperate measures at the moment? Nothing seems to be working, and he's just losing his spirits, to be honest. And I was wondering if there's anything that we could, even provide for him at the moment,
Well,
in terms of anything alternative than to medicine.
Thank you for the question, and it's a privilege to have the opportunity to offer some insight recognizing again, I'm not a medical professional. So I'm pulling from my lived experience as an artist and a movement practitioner and a series of other sort of creative fields that I weave into my work. But what's coming to mind is an experience, I used to treat, I do body work as well. And I used to work with patients who have varying degrees and expressions of ALS. And one of my long-term ALS patients who I'd been treating for, oh wow, I don't know, like 3 years. He had been diagnosed over almost 10 years prior to my even meeting him. And for an ALS diagnosis, that's almost unheard of. But he was nonverbal and his respiratory capacity was starting to diminish. So he wasn't able to really communicate with me during the sessions. So the emphasis really became on inviting him to connect with his imagination. So while I would be introducing, I use a touch movement based modality. So as I'm introducing really gentle movement into his system, it became a fusion of touch and movement with spoken word as well, where I was inviting him to connect with his imagination and his connection to varying parts of his body. And what was amazing is that through that verbal cue I was offering him, of connecting to imagination, which is one of the senses that are kind of under the umbrella of the 34 senses, through inviting him, creating a space of safety and of sovereignty where he could connect to his own imagination, he was able to awaken these different points, and I would see different movements start to rumble a little bit, but it was all through the imagination that he was awakening. So what I would offer for this example that you've inquired about is and he's verbal, so that's helpful. It can be more of a dialogue. So to invite a dialogue with his bladder in this case, or there might be other systems that are in a state of balance, that the bladder is taking the brunt of the imbalance, and the expression is just concentrated in the bladder. So if you can create an environment of a dialogue with the bladder as one, but also with an invitation to let other information, other sensations, other visuals, it may come through visuals, but to just start to invite more sensory awareness of that internal landscape of his body, and you'll be surprised what comes up in terms of intelligence. Often it's in symbols because that's our most primal language. And those symbols or stories that come up, or senses that are activated that trigger a memory from 20 years ago, can offer a gateway into deeper healing and release the tension that is manifesting in one particular organ. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes. And I think just going through that meditation myself, it made me realize the connection. You talked about the smell and, that connecting with your senses. And I think he's got a lot of anxiety at the moment. So that meditation, that speaking to himself might really be an empowering, exercise. So I will share that with the relative, and fingers crossed that it will, help the situation.
We need to remind him, create a space where he's reminded of how powerful he is, because there's a disconnection to source right now. There's a fracture that's happened and it's manifesting in his physical form. So getting support from nature, if that's possible, if there's if there's garden therapy on the roof of the hospital, getting the sunshine, getting his hands in the earth, like rerooting through the earth and building his immune system, because everything's depleted in the hospital environment. He's in a hyper sterile environment, and his immune system is compensated, which is then fueling more of the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's spot on. Yeah, this is the main issue. He's not liking the environment. He wants to come home. He's resisting everything, and I think this will ground him. If he connects with his senses and has that dialogue with his body, I think with his bladder will be a very helpful. Thank you, Heather, for that.
Good luck. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
I think it's fantastic to hear what Heather has just said. Also, particularly managing the urinary bladder. What I find is, I like to give a very interesting example. The experience that this gentleman, this patient is that of frustration and anger and anxiety. That actually stops the body from functioning normally, and that's something that has to be avoided. There should be no element of anxiety that can actually increase the situation very badly. Number two is, uh, I usually give a very different type of example. I say if you have to cross a small rivulet, a stream of water, you can either go across it, go along with it, or go against it. Frustration, anger, because you're trying to force things on and you don't flow naturally. On the other hand, if you let the things go the way the natural way is, and the way exactly what Heather was saying is actually the best way through, and the right imagination and the thought process actually get the things going. So at one end, I mean, I face these patients all the time, and it's very difficult for them to get them. I said, see, you don't have to fight it. They will say, I have to fight this pain. I said, why are you fighting? You take it easy, and it'll have its own recourse. And so don't fight with anything. Don't be frustrated. It'll take its own course. Body has the best healing processes. All that you need to do is try to support it and get it going. And I think that's what I would like to say exactly. But what I want to say particularly about Heather is your expressions and your words have been so good that I'm sure once the people receive it, they get the clarity of the thinking process, which is great.
It's a process. It's a
Yes,
language, and each treatment that I
absolutely.
offer and each session I facilitate, everyone is planting a seed,
Yeah.
planting seeds, watering them. So it has these beautiful correlations to
And in,
agriculture, to regenerative agriculture, and that's what we need to see is more models of regenerative agriculture in our medical environment, so that we're creating an environment, a firmament that supports regenerative, vital healthcare, vital wellness, just innately in its way of being, its state of being.
that's also interesting that what you have said about how to, what you call, augment your sensory inputs and trying to understand the sensory input. Now, interestingly, that's exactly where we have the traditional system of the what do you call that? The feeler, or the person who is actually experiencing it, and the person who is really seeing it, the observer and the observed
The sacred
relationship.
witness, yeah, the
And
sacred
once
witness.
you
Yeah.
go into that observer and observed relationship, your ability to understand the sensations will become much better. And
Yes, we
I mean,
become
that's
the quantum
very
observer.
meditative.
Yeah, we become the quantum
Absolutely.
observer, and from that space we
That's
can
right.
do anything,
Yeah.
really. Yeah.
The witness and the observer relationship. Absolutely. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That that's really very connecting, actually, Dr. Anukul. So in the Indian medicine, we talk about Indriyarth Sanikarsha.
Correct.
This word specifically in Sanskrit, which is called as Indriyarth Sanikarsha, means the connection with the senses. And
Mm.
it's all the paradigm of all those senses, not just the five senses or the 10 senses, but it is beyond those senses that you have been talking about. And it's just opened the gateway to understand the connection of those senses. And then when you're connected with these senses, you really, what you said, becoming an observer and connecting them with your quantum self, you'll be able to get the minutest experiences which is beyond physical, and that might help you in healing in many many ways. And that, I think, is one of the parts of a lot of healing modalities which people offer in different frames. Sarah, before have your talk, what are your comments? And a global namaste, very warm welcome to you as well.
Hello everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Hi.
Thank you. So lovely to be here. Everything that everybody said always blows me away. Thank you, Heather, as well, for that extraordinary deep dive into what is it about being human that makes us so extraordinary, and so much stuff that we've been taught to unlearn. I'm totally with you, Heather, on how do you create some of these institutions are not there to help us really thrive in the way that they should. And I absolutely love that thought behind creating whole environments, cities and cultures and environments that really help us thrive, because we've got it all within us. We absolutely are supposed to feel good every single day. It's just, the thoughts we've had, the things we do have led us down a different path. But I think if we can get back to that place, we are in absolute alignment. So that really just, it really just aligned it for me, Heather, the way you shared that. So thank you so much for that. Beautiful different way of looking at it.
Yes. Yes. To reference the shirt, yes. Yes, I'm going back to the sequin shirt. We start with the sequin
Yeah.
shirt and we'll end with the sequin shirt.
Yeah. Wonderful, amazing. Heather, please stay around, don't go away, because we
Thank
would
you.
definitely like to dive in more into the yes part of the senses. And thank you so much, Tara. Welcome to this show again, to this episode. And you also have a very vibrant topic to talk about, which is about well-being, impact, and the networks. And it has a great influence on longevities as well as the practices that you recommend to people. What is the swim method about? And tell our viewers, and also tell our viewers about what are the favorite tips of yours for longevity, and how do you keep up yourself the way you are? Over to you.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. I definitely would love to do that. Thank you so much. Hello, beautiful global community. It's always so good to be back with the integrated health movement, healing our earth. It's a place I love coming, a space filled with people who really believe, as I do, that whole body wellness is actually, it's not just priceless, it's kind of our birthright, and we need to remember that always. And today, yeah, I am going to share something that's really deeply personal, but hopefully as well really practical for you all. It's something that I've been living for many years, but I've just kind of now framed it in something called the WIN method. I love the whole art, the whole, whatever the art of winning. I call myself Sarah Mills, the art of winning. But whatever winning in life really means to you, it's different for every person. But we should feel that feeling that we're winning, you know, whatever that means. So I want to share this with you, which all the other speakers have currently already said, but I'm just going to reframe that a little bit. It is about well-being first. So the W is for well-being first. It's then about creating those incomes, because we have to live, we need to thrive, but that create real positive impact for more than just ourselves, but for as many as we can. And then those amazing networks, as this is, that create real connection. And it's a method that I've created, I've lived, and I've refined actually long before I ever named it. The naming of it's only come to me in the last 5 or 6 months, but it's transformed how I flourish in life, in work, and well-being, and really how I serve others. And it really aligns beautifully with today's theme of longevity's tips and practices, because I really truly believe that longevity is not simply about the years in your life, and they will be different for everybody, but it's about the life that we really thrive on and put into those years. So it's longevity for me is not found in one habit. It is how we live, it's how we think, it's how we connect, and it's definitely how we give. And so, yeah, the WIN method, to me, I'm going to share those top tips. And I think now, if I share each pillar of those with you succinctly in the next 10 minutes, you'll hopefully have something to take away with it. I really believe it's aligned with what so many of you have also been saying. So let's just start with the first one, which is well-being first. You cannot serve others unless you are serving yourself well. It's the one thing that I've learned in business, in entrepreneurship, in life. There are many successful people out there, but they do not look after themselves, right? And without that, how can you serve others? So for me, longevity also begins in the mind, which others have spoken about today or allured to today, long before it manifests itself in the body. If there's one truth I've learned, it's you have to really, what you think about, you consume. And what you consume, you become. So your mindset is not a nice to have for longevity. To me, is really the thing that ignites everything. You need to be positive, right? You need to have that possibility thinking. You need to know who you are and what your identity is. And for me, I'm all about big vision, big belief, growing that self-belief, but then I can move forward, and everybody can move forward when you've got that belief in what you're doing and how you're looking after yourself first. Because at the end of the day, your mind is the creator of your body biology. If you think something sad, you will feel sad, and that will ignite itself in you in other ways. So if you wake up each morning believing you are under pressure, you are lacking, you are not enough, I guarantee, and I'm sure that other speakers here today will say, your cells can actually hear that. They understand that. When you choose empowering beliefs, when you imagine a future that feels exciting, expansive, alive, your body shifts into a creation mode. It's a restoration mode. It's a longevity mode. So when you look after yourself first, when you decide to think and thrive in a certain way, one full of powerful positive words and affirmations. I really believe in positive affirmations that lift you up daily, that are happily you're thinking now, but also future focused as well. That's when you feel really happy alignment. So to me, the secret of longevity and good life is to feel good first. And that's what brings successful communities. Take your community, take your work seriously, but never take yourself too seriously. If you don't feel good, I truly believe you're out of alignment, because you are supposed to feel good. So love, joy, gratitude to me are essential well-being ingredients that we must sprinkle across our everyday, however hard it is, however difficult it can be. And however desperate things may be sometimes, it's how long we choose to spend there that will decide, or I believe, on our real substance and longevity. So, ask yourself, what can you do to feel good now? So, alongside the mindset side of well-being, I do live by 80-20 rule, a great one to live by, a whole food nutritious diet. Our first speaker mentioned so much of what I believe in about the kind of foods that we consume. For me, mine is mostly mine is an entirely plant-based lifestyle. But eat more plants, everybody, right? It's not perfection, but that 80-20 rule, real food, real nourishment will give you really good life if you do it like that. So for nearly 2 decades, I've been a healthy living and mentor and consultant with one of the world's leading, happens to be a certified cruelty-free, planet-conscious well-being community called Arbonne. We're not in every country in the world yet, unfortunately, but it shows people how to become conscious consumers and all the elements you put into your skin, in your body, because it's all connected. What you feed your mind, what you feed your body. So that philosophy has shaped so much of my own, which is having supportive daily habits, having the right energy, having good sleep, having light, gentle movement of any description, and looking after your gut health, which is really the foundation of it all. They say your gut is your second mind, your first mind, even maybe. And a kind, healthy, light, loving footprint on the planet. That whatever we do, however we do that, we need to look after our planet, because that's good vibration for all of us. So how you start your day wins your day. Create a great morning routine for a happy vision. Have some powerful affirmations, some brilliant thoughts, some healthy food, some good, simple, joyful movements, and I promise you'll be bouncing through your day. So then the second one is income with impact. Now, a lot of people think, well, what does that mean? But a purpose-led life is powerful, but purposeful work is longevity for me. Longevity isn't only physical or emotional, it's also purpose-led. So no salary, no matter how much you earn, no matter how much shiny it might become, it can't replace the feeling of true meaning. And it's that meaning behind your days. It's the joy you bring to your work and to the contribution you make in the world. And I guarantee 90% of the people right now who are on this call, who are definitely contributors to this call, are making a joyful contribution and are creating income that causes impact. So when your work serves people, when your daily actions lift communities, and when what you offer can be paid forward, you don't burn out, you burn bright. And to me, purpose really fuels energy, meaning fuels momentum, and that all contributes to resilience, impact, and longevity. So before launching my own purpose-led business, I spent years in corporate life. And while I learned so much, I knew I was missing impact, purpose, alignment. And when you step into that purpose-led field, like most of us here are, running our own businesses with entrepreneurship, I knew my work could mean something, and not just to me, but to people and communities. So check out, if you haven't, check out B corporations around the world. They are brilliant businesses and companies that are business as a force for good. They prioritize people and planet alongside profit. They create work that uplifts, empowers, and can be paid forward. They're an amazing organization, and I'm really, really passionate about them. But what can you do positively to impact, educate, share, and empower those principles that people can leave a legacy? What can you do to align that could be paid forward so the impact goes on beyond you? To me, that's impact, earning with impact. Can you find a movement like I have that's constantly refining, caring, creative philosophies, principles, products, programs that really help you to build on that healthy, proven system? And that purpose fuels your energy, because when your work has meaning, contribution, and heart, you will feel uplifted, you will feel energized, you'll feel excited, and you'll feel in absolute conscious control of your future. So, one question for you: what would you feel like if your work energized you as much as it sustained you? I really believe that you'll feel better. And then finally, quickly and lastly, is networks. This to me is one of the most powerful things. Humans crave other human connection, networks that create real connection. Nothing nourishes us like for longevity like belonging does. Nothing, truly nothing, beats that meaningful human connection. People, groups, entrepreneurs, communities, the spaces where your voice is listened to, where it's heard, where it's included, where it's lifted and genuinely considered. These environments build confidence, collaboration, courage, creativity, celebration, and that winning vibe that we all need to thrive. We are all made of energy, and we need that good energy around us. And your network shapes that energy, your self-belief, your opportunities. And a powerful network doesn't help you just survive, it supports you to flourish. And so nothing beats being surrounded by people who lift you, people who listen to you, people who include you, people who celebrate you, and people who see your potential and remind you of it on the days that you forget sometimes. We're not meant to thrive alone. We are meant to flourish together. Entrepreneurs, wellness seekers, community builders, world changers. To me, this is literally longevity medicine. Find your people, build with your people, and literally rise higher together, because when you're part of a community where your voice is heard, collaboration is normal, where ideas can spark, where confidence grows. And it's just beautiful connection, and it's beautiful vitality. So who are the people you need to walk with to create the life and the health you want to say yes to? So to me, finally, in closing, longevity is not a supplement. It's not a superfood. It's not a strategy. It's just a way of living, and definitely living longer. So just think about the WIN method, which is your well-being first, your income that has impact, and your networks that can create real collections. So let's win together, beautifully, boldly, and together. And that's me. I think the 1% of people, somebody once said, some great author said, I can't remember who it was, 1% of people have aligned their thoughts with their purpose and their habits with their aim, and therefore you can thrive successfully for longevity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. That's lovely. And in fact, talking about what you have connected by winning the hearts and connection of the impact that we can bring, and the networks and optimism in connection with that. That's really wonderful. Dr. Nicole, what have you to say about what Sarah has given about the WIN model?
I almost interrupted saying that we need a big dose of all that, what she said, to live a good life. One of the reasons I'm very keen to listen to the people from who are here on the Healing Our Earth is that same network, which is so very important to keep us going, exactly thinking the same way. And we cannot think in a normal day-to-day life. When I see the patients in the hospitals and all, they are very disconnected from the rest of the day. They are very afraid. They are very scared of the relationship that they have with others. And that connection is so very important for general living. But three things struck me, first of all. One is our purpose of life. I mean, I don't have to push the purpose of life. The once you start caring for others, you automatically feel better. And it is something that our people are often disconnected in the United Kingdom, where they say, well, I've got to get this benefit, and that's all that I need to get, or I'm going to go from place to place in a bus or car or what. That's all that matters, and nothing else matters. That shows disconnect, and often they are very frustrated a lot. On the other hand, I said, why don't you work in a church or do something, or do some sort of activity, and you find the changes coming in them slowly over time. Next thing, the concept of profit. I learned something very interesting about the profit concept in India, and that is from the Gujaratis. And I learned from them for the first time that they always, whenever it comes to giving any money to them, they'll always count the pennies first. They will never count the pounds or rupees first. The reason is, they say that if I were to give 2 rupees 20 paise to somebody, they will take the 20 paise first, and then they will take the main amount later on. Why? They say that it is that pennies which actually keeps me surviving and gives me the profit. You will tend not to give the penny thinking that it is small change, it doesn't matter. He says it is that change which is allowing me to survive. If I don't collect that change from you, I'll have to pass it on to somebody. That is unethical. And that sort of struck me very hard. I said, you cannot pass your profit from one person to the other thinking that I'll pass it on to somebody else. And that's why you don't have concept of taking over companies and things like that in those places. They'll say, all right, I don't have this particular product which is very good. You go to the next shop and he has got a better product than me. And that shows the element of duty towards the customer, that I'll possibly not be able to give you, my stuff is not as good as that fellow's is, go and take it from there. That's the relationship that we have to draw in the concept of profits. And the third thing is that what you said about purposeful work, again, it comes to whenever we are doing anything positive, that will be fantastic. I really wished I can imbibe all those things. Of course, I know those, but the reality is how to practice it. It's not that easy to get it going, and I'm sure our happiness will come with that. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for thinking of those things, and always being wise as well and giving further expansion to those thoughts. But yeah, I think you just once we become aware of something, the way I see it is, a lot of people live sort of completely unconsciously, in terms of unconsciously not knowing, right? And that's fine. They just don't know what they don't know. When you start to unconsciously kind of know things, you might not know everything, but you start to then think, I'm kind of more awakened to that now. What can I do to change that? Once you start feeling like that, you then become, after a while, everything you do will become just, you're unconsciously doing it, but it's in flow. So it is hard to put it into place sometimes, but the first step for me is just realizing it, that maybe my work is not in flow with how I really believe. So I need to change that. Maybe the way I'm eating, why do I feel like I do? Because I'm not eating correctly. So they're those little steps that can just really lead to huge, great changes over time. But you just have to take the small steps so that they don't overwhelm you.
I have a small example to give, but it's a very pertinent example. When people go to India, they often see a lot of poverty, so-called. But you'll be quite surprised if you go and ask each of those people who you think or we think that they are stuck in poverty. They are remarkably happy sets of people, and they know how to share. So I've got chances to occasionally sit amongst many of these patients, many of these people, and you'll be quite surprised. Despite not having much of food in their own plate, they'll very comfortably give whatever they have to somebody else who has come in a bad shape. And they're remarkably happy lot. And you said, what do you need? Nothing, I'm fine. And they get something other every day. So I often get surprised at what we think to be poverty for them. They're some of these people are the happiest lots.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I also find this experience of yours, I struck with one of the personal experiences where at the time of COVID, I find where people are with so much of hue and cry and so much of rage and so much of scared about life and death. I see people, children who are so poor, who don't have shoes, who don't have clothes, uh, are still the happiest lot, who were roaming here and there without any mask. And I can see people giving them, oh, wear the mask, and but they hardly are bothered about what it is, because I think for them the optimism in the life was something else, and the joy of living is more important rather than thinking about which virus and which bacteria is going to kill me. And I found that really helped these people, and they are still there. uh, and there are so many things about life which we think is the priority but might not be. And so it's really very beautiful to think about this different aspects when it comes to longevity. Thank you so much, Sarah. It's time to move to our next contributor, Julie. Global namaste to you, Julie, and a very warm welcome. Um, because you yourself are into this wellness industry and you have been working with your clients and people, today you're going to talk about beyond the lifespan. And when it comes to understand about um, beyond the lifespan, how can we think about living in a healthy way? What are you going to share with all our viewers in a very interesting form for all of us we eagerly are waiting for? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and global namaste to everyone. I'm very excited about this topic because it's a passion of mine. I typically work with women who are going through the menopause journey, so anywhere from 40 and beyond. But really what I'm going to talk about today applies to everybody, and it follows on very comfortably from what everyone else has said so far, because we don't just deserve to live long, we deserve to live well and fully and joyfully and vibrantly. Because what does it matter if you live to the age of 95 if 40 of those years you feel heavy, exhausted, you're reliant on chemical medications, you're unwell, you need help, you need someone else to care for you. So I want to talk about health span, not just lifespan, because longevity, in this world, we're talking about living longer, but it doesn't talk about living better. And our medical model in the Western society is an unfortunate reflection of that. So there are places on Earth called blue zones where people often live to 90s and beyond, but they're still active, they're still healthy, they're still mentally sharp. As a matter of fact, one of my neighbors, even though we're not technically a blue zone, one of my neighbors is the epitome of that. But there's a pattern that scientists have found because, of course, we want to know, how did they do this? It isn't magic. They don't have special genetics that guarantee their longevity, but it's all about their lifestyle and their environment. So longevity research shows that only about 20% of how long you live is determined by your genes. The other 80% comes down to your daily habits, your social context, as Sarah was saying, networks and connections with people, and how you treat your body and your mind. And she absolutely agree, mindset is the key. But it's really good news because it means that this isn't out of reach for anybody who's listening and watching this session. It's not reserved for special people who are wealthy or live in an idyllic situation. It's for everybody. But on the flip side of this, in many Western societies, life expectancy gains have actually slowed quite a lot, and in some years even reversed. In the UK, I was checking before coming on, in the last 5 to 8 years, life expectancy at birth has dropped by several months for both men and women. And in the US, unfortunately, life expectancy has fallen by nearly 3 years. That's a very dramatic shift in a short period of time. But that tells us something that we really need to pay attention to. Our modern life, with the chronic elevated stress, inactivity, processed food, disconnection, these are the things that are going to erode your health span, and good genes can't save that. So, for me, the center of all of this is stress, because stress isn't just the background noise. I look at life, midlife, as like a spider web that's beautiful. It's artistic. It glows. It moves and flows with the life and energy as it comes by. But in the middle of that web is the spider, and that to me is stress, right? Stress is going to tug on those strands that are made up of our metabolism, our hormones, our mood, digestion, sleep, relationships, the whole part, all of these different factors in our lives. And if we ignore that spider, that stress, it's one of the biggest threats in our health span. So we operate in my coaching, we operate on 4 pillars. That's think, eat, move, and live. Think is always number 1 because, as we've said, mindset controls everything. So chronic stress, elevated cortisol, inflammation, poor sleep, over time, that creates a lot of wear and tear on your body. And in blue zones, the people who live longest didn't get into this daily grind all week long. They had time to downshift, to rest, to nap, to connect, and they live a lot more simply. Now, I just want to say, to clarify, not all stress is bad. I mean, eating is stressful because it takes your body energy to digest food. Exercise is stress on your body because your body is breaking down and repairing. But short-term stress like that is actually good because it resolves itself and it helps us build resilience. But that chronic unresolved stress, that negative stress that raises those things like cortisol and adrenaline and inflammation, those are the things that create the problem. That's the spider in the web. So as you already heard, I mean, breath work is an amazing reset for our nervous system. Something like that isn't a self-indulgent sort of thing to do. I call these health span hygiene, actually. And there's simple ways to do that when you're having those moments. We have our parasympathetic nervous system, and there's a trigeminal nerve network. If you take your index and middle finger and just rub in front of and behind your ears and along your jaw, and you do that for a couple of minutes, you will get your parasympathetic, your rest and digest nervous system back into the fold. Or if you do the breath work, you breathe in for a count of 4 and exhale for a count of 6. A longer exhale can help activate that parasympathetic nervous system. So there's simple things when your mind starts racing, there's simple things you can do to slow yourself down again. Second pillar is eat. Obviously, what we put into our body is what our cells build from. We need, as we've already talked about, a diet that's good for our body, not one that's prescribed by everyone else. And we have to learn that over time. But in the blue zones, they tend to eat more plants, very good quality proteins, and what Heather was saying about or I can't remember, sorry, whoever was talking about the people, if you do eat meat, like I eat animal products, but the way the animal is raised is critical. You're eating what they eat. You're ingesting the energy, the stress, all of the things that happen if they're raised in a factory sort of environment. So we have to really pay attention to the quality of our foods. When we do that, and we add more plants to our diet because we do need those things, we tend to have lower rates of chronic disease, better metabolic health, reduced inflammation, and those are all really major parts of our longevity and our health span. But our diet doesn't exist, of course, in a vacuum. If we have that chronic stress, it's going to interfere with digestion. Your body will actually shunt blood away from your digestive tract if you're stressed. So we won't digest properly, and that affects hormonal regulation, cravings, blood sugar balance, inflammation. So how we eat becomes even more important when we are feeling more stressed. So paying attention to food, very critical, but paying attention to how we eat and what the food we ate was eating from the soil or from feed is important as well. Pillar 3 is about movement. Not gym sessions. Yes, in Western society, we tend to go to the gym to work out because we're sedentary more of the day than in blue zones. But in blue zones, people are moving around every day. There's walking, there's gardening, there's manual chores, natural activity. And that's really why we work with our clients and we do strength training. We focus on functional movement. And those functional movements mean you can function in your daily life more freely, because we do lose muscle mass as we age. So we need to support the maintenance of that muscle mass. We need to support our joints, keep circulation going well. I like to say motion is lotion, right, for our joints. So we have to stay moving. It's also really important for metabolism and, of course, for your health span. So stress affects this, right? It gives us low energy. We have poorer motivation. Nobody really wants to do much when they're feeling stressed out, usually. We have elevated pain because of the inflammation, and especially in the midlife when hormones are shifting for women, this is really something that we need to pay attention to. But movement can be gentle. I like to think of movement snacks, right? Little short bursts. So walk up and down the stairs, get up and stretch, jump on a rebounder, whatever feels good. Go for a 2 or 5 minute walk just to get the body moving again and shift your energy. And then pillar 4 is the live pillar, and that's about lifestyle habits like sleep, connection, purposeful living, emotional health. And again, going back to the blue zones, their longevity isn't remarkable just because they eat healthier or they move better. They are very deeply social. They live surrounded by family. They have strong community ties. They have purpose. They wake up and feel like they have a purpose for their life. There are a lot of social rituals, and their chronic stress is much lower. And especially when you get into the elders of those societies, they have optimism. They have a sense of purpose every single day they get out of bed. And those things are very strongly correlated with quality of life and longevity. Our modern life now erodes this. We're isolated, we're overstimulated, our sleep is disrupted, we live disconnected by our phones and our tablets and spend more hours of the day on those things than is really healthy for us. We feel like there's something wrong with taking time to rest. But I think rest is a radical act of self-love, because we have to give our body that time to heal and repair. And being constantly busy is going to keep those stress levels elevated. And that, again, is going to damage the health span. Longevity is as much emotional as it is social and metabolic, right? So sleep, restful sleep, resting and recovery and relationships and calm, quiet, those aren't extras that are optional. These are things that are essential for longevity. So if you walk away today with one thing, just remember longevity isn't about living forever. It's about living well. It's about feeling good in your body, feeling good in your life. You cannot get health in a pill or a powder or a product. It doesn't come from there. It comes from inside your body. So when you treat yourself well, day by day, meal by meal, breath by breath, you are going to be able to enjoy a life that has a lot more in it. As I said, only 20% of your longevity story is about your genes. The rest of it is the 80% that you have control over. So when Sarah said 80-20, I was like, yes. It's every little habit, right? So pick one pillar, add one tiny habit. And I think this is where we often fall down, because we think we have to make some sweeping changes to every single part of our life, but we don't have to. Think about, how can I get some rest today? How can I hydrate my body better? How can I reduce my stress load? I would say always start with stress, because that's the most important thing that drives everything else. So that's what I have for you today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again. I love being here.
Thank you, Julie. I think it's really nice to discuss and consider certain these little aspects. All the contributors till now have raised up very different points in terms of longevity, which is a very different perspective, and it gives a very different view to look at the same thing, which reflects on a perspective that is much more beyond what it is. Uh, I would like to have your comments, Dr. Anukul, and then we would like to have our lovely Dr. Anjali to share her views as well. So, from the lifespan to health span, Dr. Anukul, isn't it really nice? It's such a
It
cute
is.
statement from the sensuous yeses as we move from the win
And
situation to the health span.
it
It's really cute to talk about. Uh, Sometimes some words make a big change in your life. What is your take, Dr. Anukulji?
absolutely. I mean, right from the beginning till now, I've enjoyed every little word, and I've literally written
Hmm.
down the words because they're so very important. I could not complete all of them because they're so very vital. But the expressions that each one has given is just phenomenal. I have just two, 3 points to add. Very interestingly, one of the things I find you have stated at the very end something called the sweeping change. First of all, a sweeping change, yes, but it's a question of how you train yourself. And the more I've thought about it, the more I've realized what the old traditional concept of what we knew in India is something called the Gurukul system of education. The kids would be left with the guru's house for, at the age of 4 or 5, and the first thing that they would be trained on two things. Our previous speakers have already talked about. One is your breathing. You must know how to learning to breathe is not an easy process. As of today, most of the kids who go to school, they are so busy in their mobile phone or whatever it is, and the mothers find it much easier that here is a bit of a television or whatever it is, or the ipad or whatever it is, and the kids keep on playing. A very interesting study has shown that the functionality of the lungs is reduced to 60%, sorry, 40%. There's 60% loss of the functionality of the lungs, which is shocking, while indeed they should be running out in the fields and running so that their lung capacity is improved. So their lung capacity is being reduced, and that gives them a chance to get different type of respiratory infection and other kind of problems. Is something that we have to therefore sweeping change both in education system. Number two is the process of thinking. Now we often say the kids, listen, you're going to pay attention, but nobody teaches us how to pay the attention. We all say that, but how do you pay attention? What is the meaning of attention? How do you get rid of the thoughts? And we all know in our traditional Indian system that we have, is it that your mind is like a monkey, jumps from one point to the other, and you got to keep a careful eye as to what you're thinking of. So we have got speakers who'll be talking about thought process, neurolinguistic systems, and things like that. But the reality is, you got to find out what thoughts are coming in your mind and what is necessary to perform a particular function, and you're going to get rid of those thoughts, and that is what attention is all about. But sadly enough, nobody taught us what how to pay attention. Now I'm just beginning to learn it at this age, but the reality is, I think that's something that we have to train, and that is where various kind of schools in a typical guru school, gurukul as we call it, that gurus is to teach these two very function: how to look into your mind and how to breathe. Surprisingly, that is to take about 2 years of the training, other than the other kind of. But 2 years of training was completely focused on these aspects.
Yeah.
Disciplined life.
Thank you, Dr. Anukul. We'll be catching up with your points again. Dr. Anjali, Global Namaste, a very warm welcome and good evening. How are
Global
you?
Namaste.
It's been
I'm
a
good.
it's yes, it's a very fascinating topic for all of us, and we have very beautiful lineup of all the speakers. What are your comments and tips?
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
Lovely discussing with you, Heather, Sarah, Julie, and Dr. Anukul. What a good insight of Gurukul, education you mentioned. I think everyone, I'm just picking on one point from each of the, fabulous speakers. As Sarah said, the art of winning. And winning is when we take care of ourselves. We can't take care of others if we are not taking care of ourselves. That's the first point, so important and valid point. And gratitude, right? We need to learn how to be thankful for all the little things you have. And as Dr. Amrita said, like during the COVID time, the kids who were playing outside, who were in the busties and all, they were so happy. They didn't worry about how the next food is coming, or the mask has to be worn, or worry about the viruses or the bacteria. So sometimes we just have to live life the way life lets us live, not just keep focusing on what's next. It's not like a scheduled time for, okay, this is my schedule now, this is what I need to do next. So every time when we are doing that, our mind is always in a sympathetic mode. We are not in the parasympathetic mode. And as Julie mentioned about the trigeminal nerve, right? I think we are always in the face of trying to get more, trying to get more. We need to learn to say no to a fast paced life all the time. We need to hibernate. Like winter is the month when we want to hibernate, while the animals go into hibernation, right? They do it to slow down their heart rate. And that's what the slow heart rate is, a very good jump to a good lifespan, I feel. What's it, Dr. Amrit? I think that's so much important. If you're breathing slowly, that's what Gurukul system also taught us. Focus on your breath. Let yourself be calmer when you breathe. But we are like, okay, let me do this. Let me do this shopping. Let me go here. Let me go do this. Too many things we are doing. And at the same time, we're not breathing properly. We're not opening our chest volume and breathing properly. So we get more diseases because of that. And we get sicker more often because we're not breathing well. At the same time, when we're not breathing well, our thought processes are also challenged. We are always very anxious because of that. And it's a vicious cycle. Anxiety propelling more diseases propelling more anxiety. So at the end of the day, it's your breath and your thoughts which run the body. I feel so. And as Heather also mentioned about putting your hands in the soil, right? Or connecting with the earth. It is something so important, I feel so. And I think I would love to learn more about it, how to do that process and how to help everyone. Thank you so much. It's a lovely topic discussion happening today.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali. And these are not very big and great formulas that cannot be learned, or they are not those tips that are mentioned in the big books of encyclopedias, but I think they are very small things that we capture and gather and we miss in our lives. And all these things that we miss in our lives, it's just to trail all these things and connect them together. And that connectivity can be very subtle, and these small subtle changes can bring up a big change that we might notice as a part of us. So, thank you so much, Julie. Stay around. We'd be having a great chit chat session again, because we want to amalgamate all these points and bring in something really beautiful for all our viewers who are listening to us. Can It might help anyone. It can also bring up some changes, and also all those people who would love to change others' life as well. This can be a very beautiful effort from our side to make something happy for you all. Thank you so much, Julie. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's time to move to India, where we have our regular guest contributor and are one of the most important and consistent contributors, which we are proud to always welcome for the deeds he has been doing, for the life he has lived, and for all those things which come as a good karmic seva that he performs at his ends at this age as well. Global Namaste and a very good evening to you, Rotiran Lal Goyalji. Namaste.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita, and very good evening to you.
Good evening. Rotarian Lal Goyalji is a founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. And today we will be having him with our vibrant topic of longevity tips, practices, and integrated health practices, what benefits it can have. And since Rotarian Lal Goyalji, you are from the field where you work tremendously on organ donation, as well as you have been working through Rotary Club as well, and you are the lead in many of these Indian organizations related with organ donation. It becomes really beneficial for people to understand life expectancy, as our previous contributors have been talking about It's about not the lifespan, it's about the health span. And no better than you can tell us how important is the health in terms of organ health when people think about losing those organs suddenly, and then it's all the loss. But to think about what is the real gain, it's over to you for an hour, and we're eagerly waiting for all the viewers to share with us their inputs from different partner channels who are viewing us. So thank you so much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amritaji, for giving me the chance to explain or to talk about today's topic. First of all, I would like to give thanks to the Mr. Neil Kumar, his team of Healing Our Earth for regularly organizing program every Sunday without fail on different topics which are of the for the betterment of the community, betterment of our earth. That is why it's called Healing Our Earth. Now, as today's topic is very interesting and very, very holistic, that is integrated health. Now, because as you mentioned about me, that I am the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and I am talk about organ donation, and you have mentioned how the people are seeing this integrated health. So I have chosen the topic, the transforming organ donation in India. India today faces one of the most severe organ shortages in the world. Every day, thousands wait for kidneys, livers, heart, and other organs, but only a fraction receives them. Our diseased donor rate remains just 0.5 to 0.8 per million people, one of the lowest globally. Meanwhile, countries like Spain and the United States reach over 30 to 40 donors per million. Even the last 2 years back, the Spain has even crossed 50 donors per million. But change is happening. A new approach is emerging based on connection, coordination, and compassion. We call it integrated health. Building a connected system, India began this journey with the Transplantation of Human Organs Act strengthened in 2011. The real transformation started in 2014 with NOTO, the National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization. For the first time, India built a national network linking NOTO, state-level SOTOs, and regional ROTOs. Together, they coordinate organ allocation, maintain registries, train teams, and support hospitals across the country. This integration is replacing fragmentation and giving patients a chance of life. State models that lead the way. Some states show what integrated systems can achieve. Tamil Nadu, for example, created a strong disease donation program with trained coordinators, clear protocols, and public-private collaboration. Telangana's Jeevan Dan initiative built a transparent, centralized allocation system with fast-track organ transport and widespread awareness. Kerala, Karnataka, and Gujarat have also developed effective integrated models that connect hospitals, ICUs, and transplant centers. These states prove a simple truth. When systems integrate, lives are saved. Technology is the game changer. Technology now supports organ donation across India. A national transplant registry, online donor pledging, real-time matching algorithms, GPS tracking of organ transport, and telemedicine connects smaller hospitals to major centers. In a country where distance and traffic can cost precious time, technology bridges the gaps. Culture, compassion, and community trust. Organ donation in India is not just medical. It is emotional and cultural. Today, leaders from major religions, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, Jain, and Buddhists have expressed support for organ donation as an act of love and compassion. Through community outreach and trusted local voices, India is slowly but surely building confidence in the donation process and addressing myths about brain death and body integrity. Public plus private is equal to a stronger India. Success in organ donation depends on both public and private hospitals. Donors may come from public hospitals, but transplants often happen in private centers. Integration ensures organs move according to medical need, not according to institution or income. Government insurance schemes are also helping families access transplant care without a heavy financial burden. When every second counts, logistics can mean the difference between life and loss. India's integrated system now supports green corridors, dedicated transport vehicles, priority on commercial flights, and even drone trials for remote regions. A heart in Chennai once traveled 15 kilometers in just 11 minutes during peak traffic, a powerful example of coordination and commitment. The road ahead, even with progress, challenges remains limited. ICU facilities, uneven awareness, rural-urban gaps, and the need for more trained teams. But India's direction is clear. By expanding integrated networks to every district and every community, by strengthening training and by deepening public engagement, India can dramatically reduce deaths caused by organ failure. The final message: integrated health is more than a strategy. It is a promise that technology and compassion can work together, that public and private systems can unite, that no Indian should die waiting for an organ. Organ donation is one of the greatest gifts one human being can give another. And through integration, coordination, and awareness, India is moving steadily toward a future where that gift reaches everyone who needs it. Thank you very much for giving me time and listening about the integration and transforming organ donation in India. Now, when this is the situation in India as far as organ donation is concerned, we are moving towards a very bright future because till now the condition is very bad. And I'm very happy to inform you all that in this month only, the November only, our in Maharashtra, the Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, is kind enough to increase the financial assistance from 5 lakhs to 22 lakhs for transplanting liver and 20 lakhs for heart and lungs. Now, this will definitely lessen the burden, as I already mentioned, to a poor or a needy person. So I am sure by integrating all, whether it's a government, NGOs, or any other stakeholder, medical, veterinary, and others, this future is very good if we integrate everyone. And that's why the today's topic, integration of health, is very, very important. And now I would like to introduce my first panelist guest who has joined today to talk about the today's very, very important topic, and that is the integrated health. And she is Dr. Rukhsana Hassan. Dr. Rukhsana Hassan is the Managing Director of Global Gyan Academy. She is a renowned psychologist, trainer, coach, motivational speaker, and special educator for early childhood education and development from Bangalore. She has completed two doctorates. She was doing third doctorate when I had the last of her profile, because the latest profile which she sent to me was erased because of the disappearing messages of WhatsApp. So I cannot say much, but I'm sure she will be able to tell about herself and give more about talk about herself. So welcome, Dr. Ruxana Hassan, today on a very special show, Integrated Health. And because this show is being brought to live by Mr. Neil Kumar, the owner, the director, and the main key person of Healing Our Earth, and his entire dedicated team. And this shows goes to entire world by different means and modes of the social media. Now, Dr. Ruxana Hassan, you have done lots of shows with me earlier when we used to do for during the COVID time in media conference with Lal Goyal. And this is, I think, the first time you are appearing on this particular show.
Yes.
So welcome, Dr. Ruxana Hassan, and now your views on integrated health. Dr. Ruxana Hassan, please.
Thank you so much, Lal Goel sir. It is very nice to connect you again. First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire team of this organ donation. And if you are talking about the integrated health, so I have to ask about the age group. If it's the age group, the present age group, like the kind of life we all what we are seeing, the the living condition, the food style, the diet, the hygiene, the spiritual, the physical, the mental, the social, everything, if everything put together, and then we call it as an integrated health, then I think everything is very disturbed from a 10-year-old child to a 20-year-old child. The living condition is different. And again, from 20 years to 30 years, it is different. And when we are giving the child this environment, what do we talk about the integrated health? Who is teaching us about it? Do the parents have time? Does the school have time, or the friends want to discuss about it? None of us are talking about it. So I shouldn't say that who's responsible. I should say I am responsible for it. So instead of always putting, who, why, when, how, instead of that, I should just say that, I am responsible for that. From my end, what is the best thing what I can give for this particular thing? If I have to talk about integrated, I don't have to talk much about integrated health. I would like to talk about, I could give classical examples of today's living, today's child. Just, in today's one of the event, I met few young girls means from 12 to 13 years. I think hardly each one was about 25 to 35 kilos. Young girls, and they were so skinny, and I can just say, I was just telling them, as a joke, if I just blow you, you will fly. So that is the kind of thing. What is the diet? Where is the diet going? And the child says, no, I don't want to eat food. The parent doesn't. No, she doesn't listen. She is this, she is that. They complain about the child, but they don't correct the child. So, if I have to talk about the children, because I'm a child psychologist and I have been doing my research about early childhood detection. So, in the early childhood, when we don't detect, to retain their own organs for them to be alive, that itself they need a support. So we can't talk about that after like all the people who are now from 40 to 50, 50 to 60, we still see that we are so healthy. But when you compare, if I compare my own kids, if I compare my grandchildren, I find, there is lot of health issues. So when we are talking about the integrated health, it begins from the house, and then it has to be carried from in the school. Whether it is, and another thing I see in many schools, I don't know, in India, especially in Mangalore, that, the food is being supplied by the hotelier, by hotels, and not from the canteens. So 1 day, 2 days, every day the same food, the same rice, the same chapati. Where is the nutrients? Where is the protein? Where are all the things which is really required? And what is the weather condition, the living condition, the social condition? What is the sleep what we have? So when we talk about health, when we talk about integrated, it is not just my mental illness, it is not just my mental wellness, it is not my physical illness, it is not my physical wellness, it is from the illness to wellness. So from that illness, how am I going towards the wellness, and who's going to teach me about it? Because all through, as a child, as a teenager, what I see is the fast food, the bad foods which is easily available. And even for parents, it is very easy for them to say, okay, 2 minute mein maggie ban jayega, okay, theek hai, we are going to take maggie as the food. So once your input is not there, what is the output? Simple thing, if I have to tell, in a petrol engine, you can't mix one drop of other diesel or any other petroleum product. So when we take care of our cars, when we take care of something which can be replaced, an engine can be replaced. A human's life cannot be replaced. So this is a very important issue what you have raised today, and awareness like this should go from the classroom. Because easily targeted are the people who are assembled in one place, and one place, assembly, right from the teacher, right from the child, right from the parent, right from the society, everywhere. A school is the best place for us to target these kind of crowd, so that we can talk about integrated health. Today you have double degrees, you are a gold medalist, you don't have health, it's gone. So that is very important. What is your sleep time? What is your eating time? What exactly you have to eat? What exactly you have to watch? And all the time we are giving so much of pressure for our fingers, the fine motor skills, the gross motor skills. And with this fine motor skills and the gross motor skills, the mental, the eyes, when you are too much on the phone, your head, your spine, so many things put together is known as the integrated. So you have to take care of each and everything, whether it's your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your head, your hair fall. The very easy thing for us to find out is early bald head. Even if it is a girl or a boy, here the gender plays no role. You're a human being and you have a body which is breathing and it's living, that you have to talk about it. So since it is a very big subject and it is very sensitive to talk, and people who are vegetarian, people who are non-vegetarian, they say that, oh, people who are non-vegetarian, they have a very bad health. People, no, it is not what is being eaten, it is what you eat, that is more important. So there is a lot what we can talk about it. Just to conclude, I would only like to say is, the only thing what we have to understand when it is integrated health, it refers to the approach of the entire healthcare that combines about PMS2, that is physical, mental, social, spiritual. Spiritual also is a very important thing for you to have in the best of your health condition, your mental condition, your physical condition. So that is PMS2. So just keeping this in our mind, we all also say that my physical, my mental, my social, and my spiritual. This is the holistic approach what you should have towards an integrated health, towards an healthy living. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruxana, for giving such a holistic views for the integrated health. As you rightly said, you mentioned that the youngsters, the young boys and girls, and they are not taking care of health. I think the fault lies with the parents. I can tell you like in our time, our parents used to get all the work done of household to the children, whether you have 10 staff working or helps available
Yes,
at your
yes.
house. But today, when we grew up and then we decided, this is the fault of our generation, we decided that we should not allow our children to do any work what we have done earlier. So now the children have changed, their mindset has changed. And the further, same thing has happened then when our grandchildren were born, that the present generation says, just make it sure that the grandchildren will not at all work. And that is
Yes.
the main problem, the biggest problem which the society and the community is facing today. Because when we were working at that time, we were knowing what we have to eat. Everything was directed. Although people say it was quite rude at earlier time, but I don't think that it was so rude. When we became the parents, we decided no, we should change the things what our parents have done. And because of that change, our children suffered because we have they thought that what they are doing is good, but they have stopped working. Even a girl which was supposed to do household work earlier at our time has stopped. Our generation say no, don't work, don't enter in the kitchen, you are like our princess, you should not work in the kitchen. And
Yes.
today the situation is when the same girl married, her kitchen is because she doesn't know how to cook, and the boys are also not know how to cook. They are depending on the supplies given by in India, the Swiggy or the Zomato, and other countries also the other things. And like you rightly said about the Maggie, etc. So thank you very much for giving this. I'm sure our viewers who are watching across the world can understand the parenting also plays a very, very important role when
Major
we
role.
talk about integrated health or health of the children or the society. Because if a healthy family is there, if a healthy person, healthy family, it will make healthy community, society, and the nation. Thank you very much, Dr. Ruxana Hassan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Please
hosting.
stay. If we will have further questions, we will definitely ask to you. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and he is Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah. Uh, Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah is a renowned pharmacist, microbiologist, and tissue recovery specialist in New Jersey, USA. He is the tissue donation chair of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and today only he has been elected unopposed as the treasurer of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International for the Rotary year 26-27, which is going to start from 1st July 26 and will end, his term will end in 30th of June 27. Welcome, Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepana Shah on our show. Although you know about this show, you have very often you have appeared and you have given your views on different topics. But we would like to know your views today on a particular topic, that is integrated health, transforming healthcare. Now, being in USA and being in India, and I know that your heart beats for India. And I would like to tell all our viewers, I'm so thankful to him that rather his grandfather has set up a very, very beautiful school, a huge school in a place called Syama in district Anand, Gujarat. And where he visits every year, donate the money and see to it that that school runs very, very professionally, ethically, and very nicely. I was there on this 24th of November, and I spoke about the organ donation awareness there. And I found that the children are quite bright. They ask the questions and they are very happy to see the persons who are creating awareness. So thank you very much once again from my heart that you are doing so much good for the community and especially for India. Although you are totally now an American and you are working for so long, but so welcome and please give your thoughts about integrated health. Rotarian Deepan Shah, please.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone. First of all, I would like to start with the groundwork of all happiness is health. The modern science-based evidence, what I see, experience, and in my practice in America, integrative health is a comprehensive healthcare approach that treats the whole person by combining conventional medicine with other evidence-based therapeutic and lifestyle approach, such as nutrition, exercise, meditation, yoga, acupuncture. It emphasizes the patient-practitioner relationship and aim to restore and optimize the health and well-being by considering physical, mental, emotional, genetically, social and spiritual factor. When I say genetically means we have to look into the our gene. Gene has a main component. Nucleus has a DNA, RNA, mRNA, T cells, H cells, mitochondria, cell wall. Right? Then it goes upward. Then tissue, then organ, your soul, your body, head to toe. So unlike alternative medicine, which replaces conventional care, integrative health uses these other therapies alongside standard medical treatment. Key principle of integrative health, whole person care, treat the individual overall well-being, not just their symptoms. Evidence-based utilize a combination of conventional and complementary therapies that are supported by medical research. Patient-centered, empower patient to take an active role in their health and healing. Therapeutic relationship recognize the importance of connection between patient and practitioner. Combined approaches integrates various therapies such as mind-body practice, example meditation, yoga, tai chi, guided imaginary, nutritional and lifestyle changes, dietary supplements, culinary medicine, and fitness program. Manual and physical therapies like acupuncture, massage, physical therapy, and exercise. Supportive therapies, health coaching, counseling therapy, and music therapy. Communication, coordination, and collaboration. These three C's are the critical component of the whole person care management. As they help ensure the members receive comprehensive and integrated care that address all of their needs. Example of integrative health include mind-body practice, like yoga, meditation, tai chi, acupuncture, massage therapy, nutritional approaches such as specialized diet and supplement. Other example involves art, music, aromatherapy, as well as resilience training and counseling. These therapies are used to alongside conventional medicine to treat and promote the overall health. Nowadays, recently, I see practice in America, medical doctor MD, they take certain hours of courses through the IFM, Institute of Functional Medicine Practice. The functional medicine doctor is a practitioner who focuses on identifying and addressing the root cause of disease by looking into a whole person rather than just symptoms. They use a personalized patient-centered approach that often incorporate lifestyle modification, diet, supplement, while collaborating with conventional medicine. These doctors commonly treat chronic conditions like autoimmune disease, digestive issue, hormonal imbalances. And how they work, they go to the root cause analysis, they personalize care, they approach holistic approach, they collaborate. Common condition treated by this IMF doctor, functional medical doctor, by digestive issues such as irritable bowel syndrome, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, hormonal imbalances, including issue with thyroid, adrenal, and sex hormone, autoimmune disease like Hashimoto's thyroidism, and rheumatoid arthritis. In last, for better health, what I see the one can do, take it easy on oneself is great for longevity. Anxiety-free attitude and faithful lifestyle is better for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Deepan Shah, for giving your views. I just have one, because you are now in USA, and but you have seen India very closely. You have seen the healthcare system in India as well as you are seeing the healthcare system in USA. What similarity or what difference you feel like that there is a such sharp type of differences there the in the when we talk about the integrated health, because India is following so many things, like we have a Ayush department, Ayush Mantralaya, where we have all sorts of apart from allopathy, we have homeopathy, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, so many things. Plus, we are the person who started the yoga thing, and now we are in very big way in meditation, etc. Do you think Americans are also following such types of things in a holistic way, or in for the integrated health, or they are just towards only the allopathy or modern medicine? What are your views about this, Dr. Intipansha?
Wonderful questions. No, as a American, we do believe in a medical science treatment, but as well as what I see here, fellow friends, neighbors, colleagues, they also believe in this yoga, tai chi kind of medicine, treatment. They purely believe that, but they don't oversight their medical doctor treatment also. Those are supportive health, like if you do yoga, meditation, those are good. Those are very good. Breathing exercise, those are definitely help you. But one cannot replace medical treatment with all these other stuffs.
Okay. But like in India, we have seen that in India, whenever we go to a Ayurveda doctor, if he is prescribing something, his thing is that if you are taking my medicine, try to restrict to this only. Similarly, allopathy says that if you are taking this pathy, then don't go for any other pathy. There is no collaborative or integrated approach is there. Although the government are trying, but there is lots of resistance from both the sides. Uh, what is the status or what is the situation in USA about this?
So I give a classic example. I know people from my hometown and my grandfather's hometown. I met often. So one has a diabetes issue, severe diabetes, that A1C is around 8, 9 to 12 constantly. And then one has a blood pressure is very high. So they taking all this medical doctor treatment. And then suddenly they went to a lot of his neighbors influence, surrounding people influence to do this Ayurvedic doctor. They do a lot of good treatment. Your blood pressure will go away, BP will go away. They stopped this medical treatment medicine and they started this natural herbal medicine. Within 3 months, they both gone. Because those are supportive medicine. Even when I go to my doctor, it's a family doctor, mine. So sometimes we talk also like this. He says, we can try all this other stuff natural, but we cannot stop this medicine, especially allopathic medicine. Yeah, those are very, very important. Those are science-based, evidence-based. And the Ayurvedic treatment and other holistic treatment, they may take prolonged time, and by the time it may something happen to you also.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Rotary and Deepansha, for giving your views. Please stay back. Although I know there's a Thanksgiving week going on, and you are kind enough to give the time from USA, even it's a Thanksgiving week. So thank you very much. And now I would like to invite my the next panelist guest, and she is Miss Abha Agrawal. Miss Abha Agrawal is a renowned NLP mind trainer, wellness coach and counselor in Ahmedabad. Recently, I was in Ahmedabad on 22nd and 23rd, so I met her on 23rd of this month. There I discussed and she explained about NLP, and she says that because of that practice, one can control the body illness. Body illness can be treated, how it can be treated, what are the advantages of NLP, which she wants to tell today. I want that she should tell us about this in the light of integrated health, about the NLP, how it works, because it is not a medical science, but if it works, as our earlier panelist, Dr. Ruxana Hasan mentioned, that the mental setup, the mental thing can change. So we would like to know from you more about the NLP, Miss Abha Agrawal.
Namaskar, all of you. I'm Abha Agrawal from India. I'm a neuro-linguistic programming trainer, the mind trainer, and the emotional well-being coach. Before starting my things, I want to share my screen. Through the screen, I will tell you in the detail. So I'm just starting my screen first, the PPT. I think all of you are able to see my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So as you asked me, in what way the neuro-linguistic programming help for the different conditions of the health. So it's simple. It's a thought pattern, the way you behave, and in that way you are conditioned your mind. So that will help you in various things. So I'm very happy to see you all and hope that you will eager to listen my next slides and support me for the things what I am sharing here, because this integrated health, it's very much related to the emotional well-being. So it is very close to my heart. Before starting the allopathic medicines, we have to take care of ourselves in the way that we can take care of our mind. As I'm telling you, integrated health, the World Health Organization already has given that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease and infirmity. So as per the World Health Organization, it is mentioned that most of the diseases which human beings face are the psychosomatic diseases. The psychosomatic, as name says, psyche, your thoughts, thinking pattern, your mindset, the conditioning of mind, and soma is your body. Mind and body are very much connected, interconnected, where emotional and cognitive patterns translate into the physical symptoms. So for example, sometimes you already experience that if mind is stressed, then you have felt that the gastrointestinal disturbances, stress, hypertension, headaches, etc. Just try now one activity. Feel that if you are very much hungry, and you visualize a food in front of you, which is you like your favorite food, automatically body responds and your mouth starts watering. Do you feel it? Many times you have experienced this thing in your lifetime. In the same manner, when we think about some sexual pictures or the sexual things, then already our sexual organs activate. So it means what? The thought, what is in your mind, reacts, respond by the body, and body give the same kind of outcome. So I'm telling you here that the thoughts which creates the feeling and emotions in the body, and that emotions and feelings creates behavior by you. Those behaviors can be external also, just as sometimes you are angry, sometimes you are happy, and that behavior may be internal also, which you are not able to observe immediately, like salivation or other thing. So body and mind both are very connective. So sometimes the somatic illness connect with your psyche illness, and sometimes not. Many thoughts can create the somatic illness. So for that, in that manner, what we can do, we have to understand some inputs more. As the book, very popular book, You Can Heal Your Life, written by Louise Hay. Louise Hay gave a very good experiences about the health issues which are related to your thoughts. In many ways, when you are angry, many people have the habit of angriness. In the anger, the most of the people have the problem of the high blood pressure, heart diseases. And when the person have the repressed anger, then the migraines and the tension, headaches, back pains are very common. Many times you have experienced in your society also, the people who are having the habit of the anxiety, being anxious, they have the problems related to the gastrointestinal problems like irritable bowel syndrome. And the people who are having the resentment for a longer time have some autoimmune disorders and the rheumatoid arthritis, etc. So directly I want to say that your thought pattern, your thinking way is directly proportional to your physical body, up, and the body organs, of course. So how it comes? Basically, we were 10,000 years back. We were the hunter gatherers in the forest. Nature gave us the autonomic nervous system to us for fight with the danger in the forest. Sometimes if you face the tiger, some snake, body reacts in a way automatically, either fight or flight mode mostly. When you are in the fight or flight mode, that time your nervous system releases few chemicals in the body which can say the stress hormones. The stress hormones means during the fight, If you want to fight the danger or you have to fly from there, that is a situation of do or die. So in that case, body needs more heart rate, more blood pressure, more sugar in the blood. So adrenaline secretes in the body when brain gives the message of the danger, and the blood pressure, the sugar, the heart rate will increase. And sometimes if the person is in a fear, the cortisol released in the body, which gives the whole energy to the brain muscles only and cut the energy from the other body parts. The conclusion of this thing is like, whatever you think, that affects on your body. But these days you don't have that kind of danger. You don't have to face the tiger or a snake, or you don't want to hunt. You don't have to hunt every day for the family. Now the danger is different. Now the dangers are the different life factors. Sometimes your boss trigger you as a danger. Sometimes your so-called friends trigger you as a danger. Sometimes your partners or the spouse can be a danger. So you can't away from that. So conclusively, the many studies reveal that the physical disorders associated with your mental stress, which are due to the hyperactivity of the nerve impulses, your hormones, which send from the brain to the other parts of body, which can cause the secretion of adrenaline, sometimes cortisol into the blood and leading an anxious state. So at present, what is the solution? Why we are suffering with these things? Because we have the fear, the flight and fight mode in the brain only. Our own brain is suffering us, and our body cells becoming damaged, because every cell has its own intelligence. Whatever the thinking, whatever the message the brain or the mind gives to the body, I have to use here the term mind better, because mind is the thing which gives the direct messages to the body, and body reacts and that way. Now the thing is, we want to shift ourselves from illness to wellness, or we have to be well ever time. So what we have to practice, we have to choose our emotions consciously. As an emotional well-being coach and the counselor, I have seen in last many years that most of the things are related to our emotions and the thoughts. If you, most of the people who are suffering from many physical issues, when we go in the background, they are suffering from many emotional negative thoughts also. So the thing is, what we can do, the action can be that we can switch our negative thoughts to the positive thoughts. As a regret, hate, fear, anger, shame, guilt, sadness, you can convert it, switch into the love, joy, and the happy state, hope, empathy, pride. You can ask one thing, is it possible that we can switch our negative thoughts to positive thoughts? Definitely, by practicing the right feelings and emotions, by awareness of our thoughts, we can definitely improve our emotional intelligence. We have to be empathetic, self-regulated, self-aware. We can improve our social skills, as Dr. Ruxana also said. So we can convert our negative thoughts into the positive and transform our life or our body. So how to, what are the small activities, as already we have discussed, that keep your mind cool and calm and be mindful. Don't be in hurry always. Give some time to yourself to do small practices, that your parasympathetic system become the higher, at the higher part than the sympathetic nervous system. As be aware about your thoughts. If you're feeling angry, then be aware and just calm down for a minute, for a moment. Have a deep breath. Focus on your breathing pattern. If we do daily breathing exercises, it will make a good difference in your body parts also. and you can replace the reactions from respond. Whatever the situation you are facing, what kind of person which you are not liking but you are facing, you have to observe the trigger and be calm first, and then think and then respond. Don't react immediately. Having that practices, most very important practice is the meditation also, that you can observe your thoughts and sit calmly and connect with yourself, align your mind with the body and the nature. So it gives a very good effect on your body. The visualization for the higher goals, few positive affirmations, sports activities, yoga activities, all these small practices when will be the part of our daily routine, definitely we can win over our negative thoughts. And I'm very much sure we can do it, because I am seeing in my clients that they are easily manage this with small techniques of the NLP, neuro linguistic programming. I want to give one good example here, the miracle of mind by the placebo effect. Many of you have heard about it. As in the Second World War, when it was started and found the placebo effect on the person, many soldiers who were in the pain, but they were not having the medicine. The medicine stock was low, the morphine, which was the painkiller. The doctor provided them the sugar pills and the saline water only in place of the actual drug. And they relieved from the pain as same as those soldiers who have given the morphine injections, because they were having the faith in the mind, whatever the doctor is giving, that is the right drug. And because of that faith in the mind, they feel relief from the pain. So this is the magic of mind. This is the miracle which our mind can produce on our body. One more activity, if you want to do, if you allow me to do, that we can feel on our body, if we keep our hands in that way, that we can feel. Everybody, if we want to, yes, please join me. Keep your hands quite close and feel that your one hand is the magnet's north pole and another hand is the magnet south pole. And close your eyes and see both the poles are attracting each other. One hand is north pole, another hand is south pole. Connect with yourself, close your eyes and feel that your both the hands are coming closer, closer, closer. Both the hands are coming closer. One hand north pole, another hand is south pole. In that way, you are connecting with your body and giving the guidance to your body to be healthy. You can open your eyes. You can open your eyes. I hope you experienced some attraction between both the hands if you are connected or aligned with your body. So in that manner, this is the external activity. If we give the guidance to our internal organs also, then those internal organs are also be conditioned with by our positive thoughts and affirmation, that they are working better and in the optimum way and secreting the right way, the secretions in the body. Our all glands are healthy. That kind of affirmations work very well. This is a small story we share with our clients and the small children also. When they're in a childhood, a elephant baby tied with a big chain, and the baby is not able to break that metal chain. When the elephant grew older, that time that chain is not the that metal chain, it becomes a rope, small rope. The conditioning of the elephant is like that, that I am not able to break the chain, but the stronger animal can elephant can easily break the rope, but he is not trying, because he is not believing in the energy inside, the strength inside. So I want to just one more supportive book I want to share here, the Quantum Healing by Dr. Deepak Chopra and the Quantum Healing by Jimmy Ruse. In the book, they mentioned very well that mind body alignment, I'm sorry, the mind body alignment supports lifelong health, and it's a practice. So when you go through these books, that at the cellular level, our body listen to us when we give continuously the good thoughts to the body, as in the field, when we go on the same path every day, the tracks, you can see the tracks in the fields. In the similar manner, when we think positive, when we work on our emotions, when we aware about our emotions, then definitely we will find that our body is following that, and at the cellular level it will work in a healthy manner, our organs become healthy. So this, you can go through these very beautiful books on the quantum healing. So now this is all about what I want to explain. I do many counseling sessions in Ahmedabad, online, offline, about the self awareness for emotional and mental wellness, reframe our self worthiness, and the personal issues like the stress, fear, loneliness, anxiety, depression, insomnia, phobia, trauma, and the issues related to the past baggage, the painful memories, and diseases, autoimmune diseases, allergies. I'll teach the visualization also, and mind body relationship also, by restructuring the inner self image. And I do the in pre and post marital issues also, I deal with that. So this is about me. I have many testimonies. If you will allow, I can show you. Otherwise, I'm just moving forward.
Uh, okay, one you can show, only one, a small one.
Yes, yes. Wait.
There is no sound.
Sorry, actually, sound is very less from that side.
Okay.
It is a video, basically, yes.
So then leave it if the sound is
Okay,
not.
okay. I'm just going
Yeah.
to the next. Yes, yes. These are the training programs in Ahmedabad. And I'm just closing this.
Okay.
Thank you so much for listening me very patiently.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Abha Agrawal, for giving the clear concept about NLP. Now, my question to you is, if you can come on the screen, if you just stop your sharing this so we can talk.
Yes, yes.
Please stop the sharing. My question to you is, you have mentioned that the positive thing can change even the situation of the organs and whatnot, and even about you have mentioned about snake, etc. So there are two things. First thing is, do you think that practically when a doctor discloses to the patient that you are in a fourth stage of cancer, or your heart is now going to be replaced because your heart is stopped functioning normally, it will last for another 3 months? Now, at that time, do you think that by positive thinking, we can prolong our things, that heart can prolong for 3 years or 30 years further, or it is just a mental thing which we can only be satisfied by talking, or some small problems, as you said about the
No. Yes, it's a
yes.
very good practice. I have seen in my consultations that when people coming with some critical problems, they are taking the medicines already. They are facing the situations which are uh, definitely difficult for them. But with the mind training, it becomes very easier to accept their body first, whatever the situation. When they accept, then they are not in the grief and the guilt and the pain, and they take the medicines, whatever the medicines prescribed by the doctor, they are taking that. And those medicines are more helpful with the mind training, because body is also doing their own work. Our body always wants to be stay in the homeostasis, means in a healthy state. Medicine is also giving its input, and the thoughts are also giving its input. The person become very positive, because the as Ruxana ma'am also said that the spiritual aspect is very important with that. In our consultation programs, we add the that spiritual aspect also. The person can accept the nature, and then accept the body, and then try to heal it. So definitely it gave a very good result on the medicine. With the medicine, it's a integrated, exactly the word integrated applies here.
So you mean to say that it's a integrated, or it complements to the cure, or the diagnosis. After the diagnosis, whatsoever the medicines be given to the patient, it
Yes.
can integrate or it can complement, so that the patient recovery will be fast. But it is not a cure itself. One cannot cure the if there.
Prevention, always prevention is better than cure. So I am mostly aware, do the awareness program with the youth, that they can understand their mind, the mental patterns which nobody is teaching in the home as well as in the school. So those mental patterns, if the youth is understanding, they will not reach to the situation of that some damage in the body.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. This is, I think, Amrita, are you there? If you are, please come on this thing, so then we can, if you have any questions to ask to Miss Abha or to any other of our panelists, you can ask. Yes, I think Dr. Anukul wants to ask a question to you. Yes, please.
I have two very specific questions for one
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Ruxana and Dr. Abha Agarwal as well. The important point I recognized was in my clinical
Yes.
practice, taken as spinal surgeon. So I see many patients who come with chronic pain and bodily aches and symptoms. One of the things I've found in them is that many of them have underlying psychological issues, and very often social factors, an abusive relationship, and a very traumatic childhood, or whatever it is. Now, my question to Dr. Ruxana will be to figure out, how do I, or how will I be able to detect a child in a school who could have come through that kind of relationship? Because you don't get to know that information, number one. And number two, for Abha Agrawalji, is to ask, how do you manage this particular patient at a given stage when they have got all these chronic symptoms of fatigue, chronic pain, and altered pain mechanisms, which I handle all the time? So, how do we handle these two aspects?
Thank you for the question, Doctor.
Yeah.
And it's a very, very big question. And I think all of us has to, re-listen to the question and please listen to the answer. Okay, the very first stages, especially related to my cases, when they are into an abusive family, or they are into a separated family, or they are into a diverse happening family, some kind of court case, all these cases will definitely reflect on the child's upbringing. Okay, the child is very silent, the child is too talkative, the child is very, a kind of unknown fear on the child. We can see this in the classroom on the benches with the sitting style of the child and with the behavior, especially the child who is always having a fear, known or unknown. They try to squeeze themselves, the squeezing of the body, and they're not attentive. Okay, the same question I have to repeat two times, or I have to call that particular child's name, Ruxana. Only then, I get a command and then I'll start listening to that. So it is very easy for a counselor or a trained teacher to understand what exactly the child is going. See, addiction is the last stage of the child. Before addiction, there are about 18 to 22 such behavior, such appearance, such dialogues, what we can see in the classroom level. So the methodology what we use in the classroom is very important for these kind of children. But usually in India, what happens? We keep shouting at the child, we keep repeating his name or her name, and if the child is not attentive, we make the child, please get out of my class. So this shouldn't happen. This is how it is. And second thing, what we have to do is we have to call the parents and say, see, as parents, they don't have any problem. As a husband and a wife, they have a problem. So we call the parent and say, you please keep this husband and wife aside and keep the parent, the unit. Parent is not one, parent is a unit. Keep this unit intact so that you will have a good child. If not, whatever you have been earning, whatever you have been accumulating to leave behind you, everything will go before anything else comes up. So that is very important.
Yes, doctor, actually, as you asked that when the person is a pain and there's some trauma, then first we have to sit with the person for a few minutes and we will try to accept, inculcate the acceptance and the change its perception first. So we have to take some time, 3, 4, 5 sessions to make the match
Yes.
the level of the patient, and just the person, if have the faith in ourselves, definitely we start healing from the childhood to that stage. We tell the patient to the causes of those things, because everything is, as you said, that everything is coming from its past, either from the childhood or some trauma, some grief, some guilt, some unworthiness, some abuses. So many things are accumulated, then the person become has that kind of uh, difficult diseases. So we sit with the person, and gradually we are able to achieve at that level, the person can perceive the things in a different manner and get relief from the pain. And
I
we
think,
apply many healing practices also with that.
yes, Dr. Amrita.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abhaji and Dr. Ruxana. It's again I think there are a lot of things in terms of understanding of the healing, as well as the integration of different healing techniques that are there for an individual in different stages of our lives. And as we have our previous contributors who have been talking about different aspects in terms of healing at different stages of of their lives, in terms of understanding the totality of how life is. There has been also a very good connection of different therapies worldwide, which talks about the energies that we all radiate in different ways. We will be now moving to India with Professor E. Sharma, and I'll be really happy and glad to have him to know about the Ayurveda perspective, where healing also comes from one end in terms of sattva avjay chikitsa that people talk about, which you have been talking about, how to be optimistic, how to increase the sattva, how to increase the purity. And the purity of your thoughts can lead you to give you a good willpower and an understanding, as well as many other aspects of understanding from the Indian traditional medicine point of view. We welcome Professor E. Sharma. If you are there and you can hear us, global namaste to you. Professor E. Sharma is an academician as well as a renowned clinician. He has been a former registrar of the university in Ayurveda and a former he has been on the a former Ayurveda chair at Mauritius, and presently he is running his own practice. Very warm welcome to you, Professor E. Sharma from India. And we are really happy to have you to understand about the longevity tips and practices from Ayurveda point of view.
Yeah, great.
Before your talk begins, I'd like you to have
a small comments for Abha and Dr. Ruxana. Thank you.
Maybe Dr. Amrita, I have got something very special to offer today.
Sure.
I'll be speaking in Hindi for like a minute. I have got with me
Yes, sure.
Acharya Manish, and he will say hello to you. And then we'll be continuing for a
Okay.
short while. We are at an airport. So Acharya Manish, this is a group from London. She's Amrita.
Yes, नमस्कार, कैसे हैं आप लोग? How are
Namaskar,
you all
namaste.
people? नमस्ते, कैसे हैं आप लोग?
Hims Hospital.
Super, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
We have a chain of hospitals in India, more than 120 centers, 58 hospitals, and 60 daycare centers and clinics. We are the largest Ayurvedic hospital chains in India, and we have more than 70% patient of cancer, which is come mostly at last stage. And it's a God gift. Dr. Ish knows most of the patient recovered. I will share you some videos and some testimonies and some research papers. You are also doing very good.
So I believe
Thank you very
many
much.
of you could be recalling Acharya Manish. Amrita, do you think so? He is such an immensely popular
Yeah, I think I
personality
have.
in-
Right, sir.
So Acharya Manish, he is actually having a huge chain of 120 hospitals and like 700 Ayurveda doctors. And the best part is he's catering to the most difficult group of patients like cancers and kidney failure, liver failure with pure Ayurveda. And the biggest medicine he's using, it's a top secret. Don't tell to anyone. That's food. So he strongly believes in aharam param aushdam. So he discourages every patient to take medicines, not at all allopathy, and not even to take his medicines, whatever he is preparing. So he would say, heal yourself with food only.
Don't eat after sunset.
Don't eat after sunset. Don't overeat. Very basic, dietetic tips, and really very, if I could say, magical results are being observed in many patients. I'll be sending you a few testimonials and a few videos for you to have a look. So
Sure, sir.
group बना के India आ जाओ.
yeah, and Acharya Manish is inviting you all to one of his centers, and this will be complimentary. No one will pay any any charges for this stay. It is an invitation from Acharya Manish, and you can come to Meerut, 40 kilometers from Delhi, or you can come to Navi Mumbai or Chandigarh. Meerut would be the best. That is what we strongly pitch. So Amrita, you can please extend this invitation to one and all, and let's
Yes.
have a healing or a
Yes.
get together at
Surely.
Acharya Manish being the host.
Yes.
Amrita, can I ask?
Sure. Rotarian Lal Golji. Yes. Over
I
to you
just wanted
first.
to
Yes,
ask
please.
आचार्य जी, आचार्य जी जो किडनी फेलियर और लीवर फेलियर की आप बात कर रहे थे, या क्योंकि मैं ऑर्गन डोनेशन से संबंधित हूं और मैंने देखा है कि जो लोग लास्ट स्टेज पे होते हैं उनका कोई इलाज नहीं हो पाता, आप कह रहे हैं खाने से हो सकता है, क्या ऐसे कोई आप पे साइंटिफिकली या प्रूफ्स हैं इस तरह के? क्योंकि बहुत पेशेंट्स
हमारे पास 2 ऑब्जर्वेशन स्टडी हैं 100 पेशेंट की, मैं आपको शेयर कर देता हूं. और आप इंडिया के बारे में कुछ जानते हैं?
मैं तो इंडिया में ही रहता हूं और मैं
तो इंडिया में आप जानते होंगे भारतीय कॉमेडियन को जानते हैं आप, जो कपिल शर्मा के शो में आती है कॉमेडियन.
जी.
तो भारती की मम्मी की किडनी फेल हुई थी 3 साल पहले
जी,
और उनको 2.5 साल हो गया, एक भी डायलिसिस नहीं हुआ
जी.
नॉट इवन ए सिंगल. वो मेरे पास 2.5 महीने लगाए उन्होंने. 75 डेज शी इज विद अस. उनकी बीपी की गोली बंद हो गई, शुगर की गोली बंद हो गई. 14 साल चल रही थी, 14 साल से 7 साल से इंसुलिन चल रही थी, वो बंद हो गई. उनको डिप्रेशन एंजाइटी की प्रॉब्लम थी, नींद ना आने की दिक्कत थी, एसिड की गोली खाते थे. मतलब जब वो मेरे पास आए थे 2.5 साल पहले, 3 साल पहले, तो 24 गोलियां रोज की खाते थे. विद हेल्प ऑफ आयुर्वेदा, पंचकर्मा एंड नेचुरोपैथी वो आज बिल्कुल ठीक है. और कोकिला मैन हॉस्पिटल मुंबई में उनका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा था. अगर आप उनको रिपोर्ट्स देखनी है वो भी मेरे पास है, टेस्टिमनीज देखना है वो भी मेरे पास है. मैं 2-4 केस और बता देता हूँ. एक केस है मोदी जी के छोटे भाई प्रहलाद मोदी जी. अब मोदी जी से तो बड़ा एग्जाम्पल कोई हो नहीं सकता. मोदी जी के रियल ब्रदर है प्रहलाद मोदी, वो मेरे पास 2.5 साल पहले आए थे। उनका हफ्ते में 3 डायलिसिस चलता था, आज 10-12 दिन में एक चलता है। इसके अलावा एक उदयपुर है, उदयपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट, उसके एमपी हैं अर्जुन लाल मीणा जी, अभी नहीं है, लास्ट एमपी थे। उनका हफ्ते में 2 डायलिसिस चलता था, अभी 10-12 दिन में एक चलता है। और इसके अलावा अश्वनी उपाध्याय हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लॉयर हैं भारत में, जो टॉप 10 एलोपैथी डॉक्टर्स में, सॉरी, टॉप 10 सुप्रीम कोर्ट लॉयर्स में आते हैं। उनके मामा जी का बेटे की किडनी फेल थी और आज 2 साल हो गए, उसका डायलिसिस बिल्कुल बंद हो चुका है। देखो, सबका बंद नहीं होता, कुछ का बंद होता है, कुछ का कम होता है, कुछ में हम कोई बेनिफिट नहीं दे पाते, डिपेंड ऑन पेशेंट कि वो किस स्टेज पे आता है। अगर पेशेंट टाइमली आ जाए, कहना मान ले, उसकी हमें रीजन समझ आ जाए, तो बहुत सारे पेशेंट को हम हेल्प कर सकते हैं। और कुछ रिसर्च पेपर्स भी हैं, हमारे भी 50 से ऊपर पेपर पब्लिश हो चुके हैं वर्ल्ड के रिनाउंड जर्नल्स में। मैं आपको भेज देता हूं, आप आराम से स्टडी करो। डॉक्टर ईश अभी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं लगभग 7 महीने से, तो डॉक्टर ईश सारे रिसर्च पेपर आपको शेयर कर देंगे।
आपका सेंटर है कोई मुंबई के
Thank you.
अंदर?
मेरे
मुंबई में?
मुंबई में 4 सेंटर हैं। अंधेरी में 10 बेड का है, थाने में 10 बेड का है, नवी मुंबई में 150 बेड का है, और नवी मुंबई पनवेल में 250 बेड का है। पूरे इंडिया में 120 सेंटर्स हैं। दिल्ली में हमारे 19 सेंटर हैं। जो हमारा सबसे बड़ा सेंटर है वो दिल्ली के पास मुरादनगर मेरठ के बीच में एक जगह है, गंगा के किनारे है, 25 एकड़ का। मैंने आप सबको इनवाइट कर तो दिया कि आप सबको कोई पैसा नहीं देना, 2 दिन 4 दिन का एक पैकेज बना लो, प्लान बना लो, आओ डिटॉक्स करो, पूरी दुनिया को जादू दिखाओ कि व्हाट इज आयुर्वेद, व्हाट इज नेचुरोपैथी, एंड व्हाट इज अ हीलिंग पावर इन बॉडी इनसाइड अस। हमारी बॉडी भगवान है, हमारी बॉडी में शक्ति है, हमें बस उस शक्ति को जगाना है बस। आप एक बात बताओ, बच्चा भी तो पेट में बनता है ना, उसकी आंखें, नाक, कान, मुंह कहाँ बनता है? एक फीमेल की बॉडी में बनता है। तो वो बताओ, जो बॉडी फीमेल के अंदर बच्चा बना सकती है, वो बेवकूफ तो नहीं हो सकती कि वो हमें मारने के लिए किडनी फेल कर दे, लीवर फेल कर दे, हमें हार्ट प्रॉब्लम दे दे, या हमें कैंसर दे दे। हमारा अंडरस्टैंडिंग गलत है। बॉडी हमें सिम्टम दे रही है, हम सिम्टम सप्रेस करते हैं तो हम जाल में फंसते हैं। और बहुत सारे लोगों को तो वैक्सीनेशन के बाद, जो भी पीछे वैक्सीनेशन हुई है मास लेवल पे कोरोना के बाद, उसके बाद लोगों को सीकेडी हुआ है, उसके बाद लोगों को कैंसर हुआ है, उसके बाद लोगों को हार्ट प्रॉब्लम हुआ है। मैं 1000 ऑफ एविडेंस दे सकता हूं आपको। ऐसे ही छोटे छोटे बच्चों को उन 50 साल पहले सिर्फ 4 वैक्सीन लगते थे, आज 25 से ऊपर वैक्सीन लगते हैं इंडिया में। इतनी सुइयां हम एक बच्चे को चुभो देते हैं, कितने साइड इफेक्ट आते होंगे, बच्चे ऑटिस्टिक हो रहे हैं, एडीएचडी का शिकार हो रहे हैं, कितनी प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं। हमें ना ये जागना पड़ेगा कि हमारी बॉडी बीमार होने के लिए बनी नहीं है, बीमार होने के लिए मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। आपको कई कई रातें लेट सोना पड़ता है, रात को रील्स देखनी पड़ती हैं, वीडियोस देखनी पड़ती हैं, टीवी देखना पड़ता है, नेटफ्लिक्स में पूरी पूरी रात सीरीज खत्म करनी पड़ती है, रात को कॉफी पीनी पड़ती है, बर्गर खाना पड़ता है, पिज्जे खाने पड़ते हैं, शादी में जाके 1000 रुपए देके 4000 का माल खाना पड़ता है, सुबह लेट उठना पड़ता है, हर बात पे दवाइयां खानी पड़ती हैं, तो जाके स्ट्रेस लेना पड़ता है, फालतू की टेंशन लेनी पड़ती है, सासू माँ की टेंशन लेनी पड़ती है, बीवी की लेनी पड़ती है, पति की लेनी पड़ती है, पड़ोसियों की लेनी पड़ती है, तो एक आधी बीमारी आती है। बड़ी मुश्किल से हम बीमारी कमाते हैं, बीमारी होने के लिए बने नहीं है हम। तो अगर आप थोड़ा सा लाइफस्टाइल ठीक करो तो बॉडी रिवर्स कर लेती है।
जी,
ये डॉक्टर ईश
Thank you
बात
so
करना
much,
चाहेंगे।
Professor Ish. Professor
थैंक
Ish,
यू।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
sir, can
yes,
you
yes,
make
yes,
your camera
Saptarji.
landscape, please? Can you
Okay,
make your
yes.
camera landscape, please? Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Ish, hi, this is Nil Kumar here. While you are here,
I need.
hi, Ish, Rotarian Lal Gohil is just like you, complete Healing Our Earth a member and a senior.
Very much. Yeah, I know very well. Yes.
So Amrita will facilitate a group where Anukul is there as well and Anjali. If you can keep in touch, because Rotarian Lal Gohil actually travels to Delhi, Mumbai equally into other parts as well. And
Okay.
it would be nice to explore with the Acharya, because see, he's putting his mouth where his expertise is, and he's open
Yes, yes.
to come explore and see what can be done. Anukul, you are going to be in India shortly, so if you could keep in touch with Ish and Rotarian Lal Goel, and Deepan, who is here, who is in America at the moment, has also got a corporate a throwback to the community in Gujarat. over there.
जो
Depends, would
सुभाष
be a
चंद्र
good
जल शनि
idea
नहीं
to see
शुक्र
whether
शनि
in
इतवार तुम आ
Anand
जाएंगे
or near
yeah Neil we
Ahmedabad
have
there is a center
यही
like
तो मेरे
this,
इंडिया
and Ish can
yeah
maybe
so
communicate with you and Rotarian Lal Gohil.
Yes, definitely. I think that is a good idea because ultimate aim is to see that the society or the person should be cured without if like Acharya says, कि no medicine, no is anything is required except the food habits to be changed. Yes, it is possible, but how it can be done? Because we know that ultimately the patient must get the benefit, and if the patient is getting benefit, whether it is Ayurveda, whether it is allopathy, homeopathy, or by eating habits, one should go for that. And definitely, we would like to visit the place once Dr. Anukul will be in India. We can go if his time permits. Then we can go and check up the things and see to it that why not this therapy should also be make more public so that people should get more and more advantage out of it.
It is the whole purpose of healing our earth, uniting people like this to explore, to create healthier and a better community. So Rotarian, Anukul will be in touch with you in case if Anukul is in different part of India and you are in different part. We don't have to wait because you do go to Mumbai quite a lot. So he said Thane, Navi Mumbai, which has got 126 bed, which is very easy to get to, as is Thane. In fact, after Thane is Navi Mumbai. So it's not far too far. So it will be very useful and depend when you are in India again, whether you go to Gujarat or land into Mumbai and then go to Gujarat. Let's explore this as well because you are in touch with Rotarian Lal Gohil anyway. Anjali, in your sector, just explore if this is there in Hyderabad. Amrita, you can just facilitate everybody together on this and let's explore because whilst he is not claiming that everybody can be cured, he can either retard their problems or maybe delay the problems depending what stage they come to. And it could be very useful as well because that's what people are looking for on the last stages. And maybe, Amrita, this can be tied up with Mission Health as well so they can know what's.
yes, with pleasure. You all can come at your own convenience whenever you are free, whatever city you are comfortable in. We are present in more than 100 cities. So Dr. Acharya Manish will be very happy to host you, and yeah, let's see what he is doing and how can we take a lead or contribute, in patient welfare. Neil.
So,
Nice.
what I also think, because you are also involved in the other, not just Ayurveda and Panchakarma, you are involved in integrated health as well. So maybe in the next episode for wellness, well-being, let's bring all the American, the British, the African, the medical experts of kidney, diabetes, and everything, and let's explore a full episode of how we can help each other together with the organ donation as well, because Rotarian is actually the founder member at the Rotary for that. So I think,
Yeah.
Anukul, the group that we are trying to set up, this special group, is perfect thing. So Ish, you brought a nice personality on the screen which says, "Come and test it out yourself."
Absolutely. I think we are in the right position
Thank you,
over here
Neil.
with Professor Ish Sharma in his academic position. What we have in our system is we have difficulty in correlating the conventional system of medicine with the traditional Indian system of medicine, or for that matter, cultural system. And we have got a reductionist view in our medical system where everything is reduced down to one question, as opposed to getting a quantum entanglement in the other system. And that conflict is something that we have to get over with if we are to take the biggest advantage from the rest of the traditional systems. And that is where I think Professor Yash Sharma should be able to help us quite a bit in getting the statistical models appropriately connected.
Brilliant. Let's just get going. And Rotarian Lal Goyal, as you said, it needn't be that you have to wait for Anukul. Anukul will be going to southern part of India and to Kolkata as well. And then he may be going to Mumbai, and you go to Mumbai quite often. Amrita, also make sure that Dr. Batra is involved in this. So since he's going to be part of the IKS system as well. So a good gesture from the Acharya, who is simply saying that try it. It may help. It may save somebody's life, or at least give them a bit of ayush, extra bonus. And it could be very good. So Ish, yes, let's explore this very well. Thank you.
Yes,
Which
for
city
sure.
are you
Yes.
in, Ish, at the moment? Are you at the
Yeah,
airport?
we are leaving for Singapore right now.
Yes.
So in Delhi right now.
And how long are you in Singapore for?
For 2 days only.
So it's not enough time to meet Neera and Abhisheka. So it's fine. And then you're going to USA, aren't you?
Yeah, then 7th to 16th we are in the US, New York. And there
Yes.
also Acharya Manish has got like a very huge center coming up, which is like with 250 beds. It's off New York. So maybe that's what he was proposing, that whenever you plan something in US, then also he can be of great help, Neil.
So our US contacts, Ish, maybe we'll throw some contacts for you. I think this is an exploring visit at the moment. So maybe for next year, because New Jersey, Hitendra is not very far from North Carolina, but he is at the moment in India. And Bharat is
Okay.
from New York, but again, he's in India because that's the Bollywood world. So yes, let's explore an issue. This was the year. I mean, you did say 2026, you are going to bring some projects, so you are in a perfect time now. So this is beautiful, and this is what we love. Dipen is there in USA.
Okay.
Yeah. He's in New Jersey only. Dr.
Yeah.
Independence, just unmute yourself. I think you are facing some
Oh,
problem for unmuting.
Uh,
And when Dr. Anukul, when you are coming to Kolkata, because I have been invited by the Raj Bhavan Kolkata, I have to deliver a lecture awareness program, and for the Raj Bhavan Kolkata, all the employees, staff, and the security person, the governor will be the chief guest for that. I will be the keynote speaker on 17th of December. So will you be there around that time?
I'll be going in January,
Okay.
Lalji. That's
So
but I would certainly like to meet you because
otherwise I want to.
I'm a big lover of Mathura as well. So
So whenever you are coming to Mumbai, just
Sure.
let me know. And definitely, I would like to go to Navi Mumbai, that is not far from Mumbai, and visit Acharya's place. After
perfect.
talking, after taking prior permission or
Great.
appointment, so that I
No,
can
no,
go.
you are always welcome. Like,
No, but
yeah, Dr. Goyal will be very happy whenever you're in Navi Mumbai. We will take care. You're most welcome, please.
because I will just go and talk to them, because I am creating awareness. So I am talking, like the other day when I was in Ahmedabad, I met one cardiologist. He's transplant doing the heart transplant, and the best part is the heart transplant in India is costing approximately 50 lakhs. He's only charging 10 to 15 lakhs. I said that is very reasonable. If you are doing this, is Dr. Jain. So now I am connecting. I am talking to persons in case if anybody wants to go for a, because heart transplant on 10 to 15 lakhs is very reasonable. And I asked him why is charging so less. He says when the donor is not charging anything, because the heart transplant is only after for the deceased donor.
Yeah,
When he's
after
not
that, yes.
charging anything, why should I charge? I only charge the
Mm,
consumables and those things. So such types of persons are on earth, and really,
very great.
yeah, we have to salute them. So like Acharji and Professor Ish Sharma is doing, let's do the things, and let's see the community or the society or the country must get the benefit out of it.
For sure. Yes.
So Ish,
Amrita, we can have one dedicated talk by Acharya Manish someday. We'll plan it.
Yes.
And he does speak in
Yes.
Hindi only. So we'll like apologize to the non-Hindi speaking friends, and maybe we both could be moderating and translating as well, Amrita. But we will make it very effective.
Yes.
maybe एक बार
Yes.
आचार्य नील आचार्य आपको नील से इंट्रोड्यूस कराऊंगा नील इज ऑर्गेनाइजर नील अगर आप एक बार आचार्य जी को हेलो बोल सकते हैं
जी नमस्कार
ग्लोबल नमस्ते
कैसे आप
बहुत मजा आया आपकी बातें सुनने में एंड आई लाइक द आइडिया कि आप नवी मुंबई में भी है which was my first love of Mumbai when it actually started. Navi
थैंक यू
Mumbai, Sector 17.
तो अभी कितने लोग जुड़े हुए हमारे साथ
तो आप
नमस्ते
लोग सब
आचार्य जी।
मजे लेने निकाल के एक बढ़िया सा कैंप प्लान करते हैं और लोगों को हेल्दी बनाने का सिखाते हैं सारा।
बिल्कुल
डिटॉक्स करा देंगे सारों को आपको।
आप वैसे भी मिलेंगे डॉक्टर अनुकूल और रोटेरियन लाल गोयल। रोटेरियन लाल गोयल काफी स्टेट इंडिया के काफी स्टेट में विजिटिंग फैकल्टी करते हैं, मतलब ऑर्गन डोनेशन के बारे में। तो आप
मैं
उनको
इंडिया में 1992 से 1995 में रोटरैक क्लब में प्रेसिडेंट रहा था। रोटरैक
जी
क्लब सहारनपुर
ओके।
1992 से 1995।
वैसे आप मेरठ साइड के ही हैं ऐसा लग रहा है।
मैं सहारनपुर का हूँ, यूपी का।
अच्छा, ओरिजिनली हम भी मवाना के हैं, मेरठ के पास आपने जगह सुनी हो, मवाना तहसील।
जी 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 जी।
ओरिजिनली नाउ तो उसके बाद मथुरा शिफ्ट हो गए तो मथुरा के हैं, और अब वहां पे मैंगलोर में रहे तो मैंगलोरियन हो गए, फिर वहां से अब मुंबई आ गए तो मुंबईकर हो गए। तो जहां भी कोई जो एक
अभी आप इंडिया से बाहर के हो गए।
like the people says ना, there is a word called खाना बदोश, so my life is
खाना
like
बदोश।
that.
मेरे से खाना बदोश कोई नहीं रहा होगा, मैं महीने में 20 दिन बाहर ही रहता हूँ।
जी जी ओके,
मैं
so we
कभी
will be in
मुंबई, कभी
touch.
लखनऊ, कभी
Yeah, definitely
चंडीगढ़,
we'll
कभी
be in
कहीं
touch. We
कभी
will
कहीं
take
रहता
your
हूँ।
number. Dr.
और
Amrita will make a group.
डॉक्टर ईश हमारे साथ ही काम कर रहे हैं, इकट्ठे ही काम कर रहे हैं हम लोग। अभी हम लोग फिलहाल एयरपोर्ट पे सिंगापुर जा रहे हैं। कल और परसों 2 दिन हमारी मीटिंग्स है वहाँ पे।
Okay, so
यही
once
मीटिंग्स हमारी एक ही पर्पज से होती है कि कैसे पूरी दुनिया को स्वस्थ बनाने की शिक्षा दी जाए, लोग बीमार ही ना पड़े। अभी क्या है, लोग बीमार होने के बाद इलाज ढूंढते हैं। हम कहते हैं प्रिवेंशन इज द ओनली क्योर।
नहीं
बीमार पड़ना ही क्यों है।
उसी पे यहाँ डिस्कशन चल रहा था, हीलिंग अवर अर्थ पे,
नहीं,
जो
तभी
हमारा
कभी कभी
मेन
डॉक्टर साहब ने मुझे
डिस्कशन
बोला आप एंट्री मारो बीच में।
उसमें डिस्कशन ये है कि किस तरह क्योर्स को खत्म किया जाए और
मैं तो
प्रिवेंशन
2-4 लाइनें बता सकता हूँ अगर आप सब लोग मान लो तो, जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है। नंबर 1 तो सूरज डूबने के बाद खाना खाना बंद कर दो, क्योंकि जो खाना हम सूरज डूबने के बाद खाते हैं वो हॉस्पिटलों का भोजन है, और जो खाना हम सूरज डूबने से पहले खाते हैं वो हमारा भोजन है। तो चॉइस इज हमारी है कि हम किसका खाना खाते हैं, अपने लिए खाते हैं कि हॉस्पिटलों के लिए खाते हैं। तो नंबर 1 ये हो गया। नंबर 2, 6 दिन खाओ, 1 दिन मत खाओ, मतलब हर हफ्ते 1 दिन उपवास करो। आयुर्वेद कहता है लंघन परम औषधम, उपवास ही परम औषधि है। और अगर आप ये लाइन रिकॉर्ड कर लो तो दुनिया की हर बीमारी का इलाज है, जो मैं बोलूंगा अब अगली। आप चाहो तो रिकॉर्ड कर लो। अब जब भी कभी प्रॉब्लम आए 2 लाइनें सुन लेना। नंबर 1, आयुर्वेद कहता है सर्वे रोगा अपि मंदागिनी ही अजीर्ण मलिने कुपित मल संचते, मतलब सभी रोग मंद अग्नि से उत्पन्न होते हैं, यानी कि कमजोर पेट से, कमजोर पाचन, यानी कमजोर मेटाबॉलिज्म, यानी कि लीवर वीक, आपका किडनी वीक, आपका पेनक्रियाज वीक, स्प्लीन वीक, मेटाबॉलिज्म वीक, और खाना हजम नहीं होना, खाना पचना नहीं। तो जो भी हम खाते हैं वो हजम नहीं होता। और आयुर्वेद की नजरों में ना, खाना तो खाना है ही, पानी भी खाना है, सुनना भी खाना है, देखना भी खाना है, हवा भी खाना है, सोचना भी खाना है। मतलब स्ट्रेस भी ले रहे हो तो खाना हजम नहीं होगा। तो इफ यू आर स्ट्रेस्ड, एंग्री और अपसेट, और अगर आपका मूड खराब है तो भी आपका खाना मंद अग्नि मीन्स लीवर हजम नहीं करेगा, पड़ा रहेगा। और फिर श्लोक क्या आयुर्वेद में दूसरा कि इलाज क्या है, सर्वेषाणाम रोगाणाम निदानम कुपिता मला। इस सभी रोगों का एक ही इलाज है, कुपित मल को बॉडी से निकाल दो, यानी कि बॉडी को डिटॉक्स कर दो, स्वयं ठीक हो जाएगी। तो बोलने को तो बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन अभी आप लोगों की सुबह हुई है तो आप लोग मजे लो। क्यों सुबह सुबह दुनिया का ज्ञान लेना है।
नहीं, अलग अलग जगह है, ऑल और सब अलग अलग जगह पे हैं आचार्य जी। कोई
और
अब मथुरा
एल्कलाइन
में
वाटर पिया करो आप लोग। और अगर आप इंडिया से कभी मंगाते हो ना, तो तिल का तेल और सरसों का तेल मिला के रोज रात को सोने से पहले 2 बूंदे नाभि में डाल के सोया करो। कभी आपको धरन नहीं पड़ेगी, कभी आपका डाइजेशन खराब नहीं होगा, कभी एसिड नहीं बनेगा, गैस नहीं बनेगी, तेजाब नहीं बनेगा, कॉन्स्टिपेशन नहीं होगी। ठीक है डॉक्टर लोग। ओके अमृता, we'll take your leave for the time being.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Have a safe
So
journey.
I believe this was
Thank
fine
you
with
very
you
much.
all. A different perspective by
Yes,
Acharya
yes.
Manish.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, Neil. Bye bye.
Safe
Okay.
journeys. Thank you very much.
Have a
Thank
safe
you.
journey.
So, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji, we had so many colors in today's episode. If Julie is around, we can have her as well. Can somebody unmute, like mute, because we can see the background noise is there.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Julie. Yes, so I think we have had all the colors of healing in terms of understanding how life is and what all things can be done. And so much of stress everyone gave upon lifestyle. Everybody talked about thinking of how to think, and everybody also talked about how important it is to manage small things in our life to make them beautiful. And we also have Julie with us. Julie, you have been hearing us from all the way from beginning of the episode. We had Rena, we had Heather, we had Sarah, and then we had our guests, Dr. Ruxana and Avha. So, what is your take on adding up up when you talked about lifespan and health span? So, what is your take about that?
I
Over to you.
I I love hearing all the different perspectives, and I am not well versed in Ayurveda, but I do know some about it. I've done some practicing, and I just think that it's so beautiful to see that we're all focused on the same basic things, and we're coming at them from different directions, whether that's philosophically, culturally, medically, in our own ways. But I think we all have these common themes about our mindset and perspective, and the fact that what's healthy is going to look different for everyone. And it's just so lovely to hear everyone talking about how much power and control we actually have over our wellness and our well-being and our lifespan and our health span by the daily things that we do. It's easy to get caught up in the overall busyness of life, I think, and there are a lot of things that feel stressful. And of course, anyone who watches the news can get immediately anxious and depressed without even trying. But keeping our perspective and focusing on what is within our control, I think is our best path forward. And I just love hearing all of these different methods of doing so, and how it can look and feel for each of us. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Dr. Anjali, what's your comment and what are your tips? You have been also been into this field of wellness and you yourself guide so many patients and clients. What is your take?
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. I think today we had all the flavors, as you mentioned. We had the ice,
Yeah.
the coal, and everything, in fact. And Dr. Acharya also, he just gave us so much inputs about healthy living and how thoughts can,
Yeah.
magnify healing. And Dr. Abha, Dr. Ruxana, like both of you have given that emotions control us so much. And as
Hmm.
Dr. Anupul said, we had lot of pain patients. Patients always talking about pain, pain today, and they measure the pain. Today, my pain is more. I have pain today. I sat in the wrong way. The pain is there. I got up in the wrong way. Pain is there. So I said, why do you monitor pain every second of your life? Why do you have to actually consider it's kind of harmful for you? Pain is a sensation, and you will have to accept it and kind of move on from the level of, oh, I'm in pain, I'm sick. That feeling that I'm in pain, I'm sick is different. You're not sick because of pain, you're sick because you think you are sick also. Many times I've seen this in the pain science. And also, what we always tell patients is, okay, you're exercising to your capacity, or you are trying to inbuild your body, or you're trying to make your body muscles work for you. Same way your thoughts should determine how much exercise you are able to cope up with. And that is what the mantra I always say is, listen to your body. And listen to your body in the means, listen to your thoughts, which are also sending you a signal to be more kind to your body, not try to resist that feeling that you're sick. because that fear consciousness which comes, okay, if I bend down, if I lift something heavy, my spine will have an injury. That fear psychosis lets lot of my patient not bend down and pick anything from the floor. The most common thing which is told to all my patients, don't lift anything heavy, don't bend down, and they become like a rock. The spine just doesn't bend after some many months. So I have to tell them, I have to really empower them and understand, get out of that fear zone. Once you get out of your fear zone, your healing starts getting better. And movement is medicine. Just like you get stagnant, the stagnant water accumulates a lot of toxins. Same thing, your body, your fluid, which is the CSF fluid, which flows from your brain to your spine, needs movement. And moment you're stagnant, you're resting all the time because you have an injury or your pain, that's when the body stops to heal. So you got to move. Movement is your medicine, and bending forward and lifting weight will not cause spinal or disc prolapse all the time. In some cases, exclusive cases, yes. But most of the time, movement is definitely the pill for everyone. So, and I feel thoughts are important, and have good thoughts, and well-being is important than just thinking about medicine.
Yes, Dr. Anukulji.
I have just one interesting point to add. It was a fantastic discussion. Particularly, I enjoyed listening to Dr. Acharya Manish very well. I have got when in managing my patients, one of the thing is we have to understand how the pain mechanism actually conscious level. And the way I explain it to the patients, and I would seek the help of Abh Agarwalji about the brain actually wants to know what's going on in the body. And I spend majority of time trying to explain what is going on and what's the pain mechanism. And once they understand the pain mechanism, I said, you have to have a control on your mind. You have to know the whole mechanism. So I spend time to explain the mechanism and why it is. So they obviously have a lot of questions. But there are two things I invariably do. First of all, I say that you come with me, let us talk about it first. But I invariably give them sufficient time. So I always get them at the end of the clinic. And then I say that you don't come alone. You must come with somebody, because if you have somebody, a patient by himself or herself is in such a situation that they're trying to get some answer, and they're only trying to pick up only few words that you're stating. But if I get somebody else with them, or one or two other people who can even question on behalf of the patient, they will absorb the things better and go and reinforce that view to the patient. The mechanism, and once the mechanism is properly explained, because the interconnection is very, very complex. So once they understand it, then the brain says, okay, now I understand. Now I said, how you can control it. Finally, ultimately, it comes to neurolinguistics, and how the nerve understands the whole process. So in reality, unless properly explained, patients will continue to experience discomfort and pain, and that's one of the issue that I always felt would be helpful.
Yeah, I think that's very right, Dr. Anukulji. And to be like to understand the mechanism of pain and to understand yourself itself is very important, because there's so many other kind of pains that people have which are called like psychosomatic pains, and they just trigger with the fear. So pain is not just bringing a pain, actually it's bringing a fear, and the fear is bringing an anxiety, and it's just stimulating your sympathetic mode despite of anything else. Once, and myself seen so many clients and so many people in my life, that the mere understanding about the diagnosis of this is what the problem is, the whole anxiety in the pain situation goes down. And then these kind of stuff, this is a very common example. I think all the females know and understand when we have menstrual pains. That's what is an understanding of premenstrual cramps. Once you really understand your body, it doesn't bother you because you learn to live with that. And you learn to understand the the neurolinguistics of that pain, which is being caused by the reason behind, and then you don't pay heed to it because you know your body has to heal. You know your body is undergoing some process and it will finish in a couple of days. So you understand that thing. So the mechanism of understanding your body gives you a good way to heal yourself every time. And for that, openness to understand yourself is the first most priority. And that is why I also wanted Professor E. Sharma to throw a light on, but then since we are from the same profession, there has been a treatment called as Sattva Avja Chikitsa, which is an integral part of Ayurveda psychotherapy, which talks about elevating the sattva. It talks about the rasayanas. The rasayan are the rejuvenators, and these rasayanas as the rejuvenators are not just in the foods or the medicine, it's about lifestyle. And that kind of lifestyle where you are promoting yourself with a greater understanding that clicks you with the spiritualness of yourself will automatically increase your sattva. That means the purity and energy inside you that will build up the oj, the tej, what we talk about, the inner aura. And that aura will help you in guiding your pain mechanism. Because ultimately, the pain, as you see, this kind of a thing is very simply understandable. So many patients and clients, which we all see, in some people you see the problem is just very minute, but the pain triggers are very severe, and the pain uh, and the clinical symptoms of that patient would be an excruciating pain despite of a small problem, whereas you can see some person who is in a very serious condition, but still his expression or clinical representation of pain is virtually nil, and that clearly comes from his neurolinguistics of the pain which he feels. I think a lot of people must be understanding and agreeing with me, because that understanding of the brain mechanism and fighting with that in terms of optimism to build resilience inside you, that automatically gives you a trigger to live your life in a healthy and a happy way. And that gives you, yes, I have to eat, I have to walk, I have to live, I have to breathe, because I was a part of it and I am the part of it. And I think that helps a lot in understanding about our own connection with lives, the way we are spiritual in today's term.
There is one small
Well,
thing I want to add is about the social separation. As you know, in many of the parts in the deep inside in the Indian villages, particularly where I've seen the respect give the society prepares for the lady to start menstruating, and that's a time there's a huge amount of uh, celebration in the village that this girl has come
yeah.
to maturation, and therefore girls look forward to that maturation process, and they do not have that amount of aches and pains that would a normally other person would experience. That's interestingly one of the comparative studies I've visit the symptoms of periods in villages as opposed to those in cities, and how their what they call various sanitary systems were uh, poorer in city as compared to those in the villages. That is one. And second thing is how the society takes care of people. Suppose a particular lady is having the periods and say, all right, this is not the time for you to work heavily. Take it easy, but stay at home. Society prepares for it. And therefore, that's how we go to the society must be prepared to help the woman to be able to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is a
Bear
very
your
common
pain and put on
example.
the.
If you, yes, yes, this is absolutely, Dr. Anjali, if you see in Indian societies where we see the labor class, the labor ladies that do the labors, right? Labor work and the physical work, they hardly take leaves for menstruation. They don't take even leaves for the deliveries. They just deliver in within few days, in 10 days, they are back at work. And you don't bother
Within
about them.
hours. Within
Whereas
hours,
in
sorry.
this in the cities,
Within
if you
hours.
see the women, we are with the pains because, and we are with those symptoms for long and long, and then, oh, we need a leave, we need to have a rest, we need to have a sedentary style because of this. So what importance I have given to on my own self makes a big difference. Yeah. Okay,
Absolutely.
before we take up and move to US for our future guests, it's time to have our future episodes that we'll be broadcasting for you in the coming weeks. So first, on the 7th of December 2025, we are hosting the first Indian Knowledge System episode where we'll be bringing for you the timeless wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, which will be broadcasted from 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. And the very next, we have a Universal Health Coverage Day, Health for All, where we will be bringing again these vibrant topics for you, which will be broadcasted on 14th of December 2025, 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. And then, my loving the festivity season with fun, laughter, and singing along to have the Christmas carols, which will be broadcasted on 21st of December 2025 from 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. So we look forward to have you all with all these episodes so that we can have some more rainbows with our people, with the viewers, as well as our contributors. It's time to go to USA where we have our favorite Sharon, who has so many things to share with us in this bright morning from her own place, Creston Global. Namaste, a very good morning, and how are you? And a very good morning to Maureen as well from Canada.
Global Namaste. As always, it's wonderful to be with you. It's cold here. It
Yeah, it's
snowed.
cold here as well, Sharon. We
It
both are in
snowed.
the
Looks like more
warmest.
coming. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I must say that in speaking about health, movement is extremely important. Even when my hips, because I danced professionally for so many years, starting in ballet and then modern dance and then Kathak, like 8 hours a day for years and years, and genetics maybe. I had to have hip replacements, but prior to that, I was doing what's called Feldenkrais exercises, which are very subtle exercises where your consciousness goes deep into the tissues, and they're very simple for anybody to do. And they kept me, when I went to the doctor, he said, "You have no cartilage. I can't believe you're not on pain meds." I was on nothing. He said, "You must be one of those mind-body people."
Yeah,
But keeping the movement
absolutely.
going, anytime now that especially if I've been sitting and looking at the computer. I was making a video yesterday and I sat for probably 5 hours, and I got up like, I got immediately did some stretching. And so just, they say, if you don't use it, you'll lose it. So I encourage everyone. There's so many different modalities that are easy. Qigong has been amazing for me. That one also is very fluid and soft and doesn't take a lot of, strength. It just keeps you in a kind of flow, and it also keeps your consciousness very fluid. Yoga too. There's so much out there that can really be a benefit. And I just encourage everyone, if you're sitting, then even if you're sitting at times, you can roll your shoulders, you can twist your spine, you can even lift your legs, you can do anything, all kinds of movements, so that your body isn't just becomes like concrete. Um, Also, I find from sitting, particularly looking at a computer, everyone tends to crunch, right? And so that's another thing to be really conscious about, that when you're sitting, try not to be bringing your shoulders forward and squishing your neck and all that. Instead, really uh, feel, especially what helps is if you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth and then feel all the way down into your sitting bones. You'll feel this lengthening of your spine. I learned that from my Rolfer. And that is also very helpful. But today I also have some video to play for you from Lee Holden about longevity, some exercises from Qigong for longevity. So should I do that now? Okay.
Yes, yes.
In this video, I'm going to show you the 3 best Qigong exercises to reverse aging. Now, to pick just 3 is a pretty tough job, so I'm going to do my best. But Qigong is called the art that prevents disease and prolongs life. So it is a health and longevity practice, and there's so many different kinds of exercises, but I think you're going to really like and enjoy these 3 exercises. Notice how you feel right now, and at the end of these 3 exercises, let's take inventory and notice how we feel after the Qigong. All right, let's get ready. So just hands to your sides, feet about shoulder width. Take a nice slow deep breath and just notice how your body feels. All right, we get just a nice baseline of how we're feeling now, and let's see how we feel after these 3 exercises. The first one, knocking on the door of life. The reason this one is great for reversing aging is because in Chinese medicine, longevity is related to the water element and stored in your kidneys. So knocking on the door of life is going to activate the kidney energy and keep that water, that internal life force energy, circulating and flowing in your body. Bend your knees slightly, and we're going to turn from the hips and the waist. We're going to let the arms knock across the lower back. And this is the area right around the kidneys, the door of life. Now, the name has something to tell us. The door of life means that this area will help with vitality, energy, and it's anti-aging. So just turn from your hips and your waist, move the joints in your lower back. Let your arms knock across the low back and the rib cage, and breathe deep. This is also a great exercise just to clear tension out of the lower spine. Feel as if the top of your head is lifted towards the ceiling, so a nice long spine, and getting all the joints in the low back well oiled. So there's mobility, circulation, and flexibility in your lower back. And then we stimulate the kidneys, which are right there around the lower back area, and that helps to boost and charge up your life force energy. Take one more deep breath, and on the exhale, slowly let your arms come back to your sides. Great. Next, for longevity, what we really want to do is be able to access, strengthen, and create more flexibility in the lungs and the chest. The deeper you can breathe, the more respiratory volume you have. Studies show the longer you live. So let's do this one for the lungs, for the respiratory system, and for our energy system. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take your left hand up and your right hand down. All right. Then we're just going to stretch. I want you to lean a little to your right and press the palms away from each other. And notice how this just opens up your intercostal muscles and stretches the ribs. And then bend your knees, spiral your hands in so the pinky finger faces towards your body. And then press now left hand down, your left hand, and your right hand up, and lean to your left. Keep pressing the palms away from each other. Take a deep breath here. Take a nice deep breath. And then bring the hands in and press the hands away from each other and stretch. Take a nice deep breath, really opening up the rib cage so that we can breathe deeper. Remember, breath is life. And if you can breathe deeper, you're going to bring more life into your body. Good. We exhale here, bend the knees, spiral in, press the hands away from each other. Inhale. And exhale. And inhale. And we exhale. A nice deep breath, stretch. Open the rib cage. Open that respiratory capacity. Let's do one more to each side. Inhale, stretch. Expand, lengthen, exhale, spiral in, bend the knees. Inhale and stretch. Exhale, bring hands down to your sides. Now, this exercise is called Swimming Dragon, and I learned it from a woman who was 106 years old. She said Swimming Dragon is for longevity, and I believe her. So I'm going to show it to you. We're going to step out a little wider than our shoulders, hands by the heart here. Your hands are going to go to your right side like that, and you're going to turn your head left. And we come back to the center. Now your hands go in the opposite direction. Hands to the left, turn the head right. And back to the center. Now do a weight shift with this one. So as the hands go to the right, shift your weight right. Press the hands and turn your head over the opposite shoulder. Back to the center. And now what you'll notice is that this movement really wrings out tension and tightness out of the body. It brings circulation and energy through all the internal organs. Good. So hands press one way, head goes in the opposite direction. Breath is just natural and full. And now shift the weight back and forth just a little bit quicker. Just a little bit quicker. And stretch it out. You'll feel that this one is really great for improving circulation. Back and forth, work the energy through the body. When you come to the center, you can deepen your stance, bend the knees a little bit more. As you come here, sink into it and then stretch it out. Head goes in the opposite direction. This is great for your upper back, your neck, your shoulders. And come back to the center. Relax hands down. Bring feet closer together. Give the arms just a little shake. And hands down to the sides. Remember we said we're going to check in and notice how we felt after these 3 exercises. Close your eyes. Do a little inventory. See if you can feel some warmth, relaxation, circulation, maybe some buzzing and tingling. That buzzing and tingling, that sensation is known as chi, life force energy. And you've just done something very good for your life force energy. In fact, when chi circulates, it leads to health and longevity. I hope you enjoyed that. Keep the chi flowing, everybody, and I'll see you in a video real soon. Thanks so much.
Well, yes, Lee is a fantastic teacher. He is featured in Quantum Chi, which I'm continually working on now to submit for distribution. And I do want to tell you all that yesterday I made a video for the 14th Mumbai International Short Film Festival, where they're going to show my music video called The Tao. And that's on December 14th in Mumbai. So anybody that's in Mumbai, check it out. It's a beautiful music video featuring Jae-Bing Chen, Arhu, and Zhonghu Virtuoso. And it'd be wonderful to have you all there. Hi, Maureen.
Hi, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much, everyone, for your beautiful thoughts. And, I always get extra movement when my 7-year-old granddaughter is here, and as she is. And but fortunately and unfortunately for me, my neighbor loves to hog time with her. Because I see her so rarely. But it was perfect this morning because she's next door having fun, being pampered and spoiled. And so I get to be here without distractions, which is wonderful. Yes. So integrative health. And all the pieces are so important. That's why we call it integrative. And so I just am grateful to speak of the quantum aspect, oh my goodness, how Dr. Amrita Sharma was speaking a few minutes ago is a good segue for the work that I help people with and that I originated 35 years ago. And it's ancient. And many of you always know forever, you always know consciously in India, which is so beautiful to be in a group of people that understand the spiritual aspect of healing. And nothing is separate from anything else. We know we are an integrative wholeness. And spirit equates to what science calls quantum. So as Sharon is, doing her work with quantum chi, I'm helping people with a formula of questions that I developed called inner resonance technologies that are designed to wake up all the inner healing programs that already know what to do. And it's quite miraculous in nature because we are the miracle. And some of you know from before, and I won't tell the whole story, but a year ago, well, May 26, 24, I was traveling from Vancouver, Canada to Spain, and I had a massive heart attack. I've always been healthy, and so it really up on me and really surprised me. But it was healed both through my own work, IRT, in the ICU, together with all of the people in the group that I have been traveling with, over 100 people sent me love and healing prayers, and all of us know the power of love. And it is tangible, and it is spirit, and it's spirit, and our spirit that heals us, which is why I always say to Sharon that the safest place for people to be is in their body, because that's where they get the signals that Dr. Goswami is talking about, and others have been talking about here. We need to get the signals to get the aha. I had no signals that I was aware of. It was very subtle. And even then it was just faintness and lightheadedness. So I just figured I was dehydrated. So anyhow, that was a miraculous story. I'm a physical, medical miracle. I have the papers to prove it. Because 3 days later, they couldn't find anything. And 5 days later, they actually went in to do a second procedure. My first artery was 100% blocked. They put 2 stents in. The second was 70% blocked. So they were looking for the 70% to prepare for the 2-week gap, in preparation to do the second procedure. And 5 days later, they just couldn't stand it. They went in to have a look, and there was nothing wrong with my heart. It was completely healthy and whole, 0 blocks of any kind. And so I just said to them, well, to the doctors, that's the power of love, that's the power of our inner healing programs. And they just go, and next. And so the body, I promised to speak of the body as a regeneration machine. The body, as we know, everyone knows, the body is healing itself all the time. And how many cells do we replace every day, Sharon? It's something like 300 million cells that we replace every day. Approximately every 3 months we build a new skeleton, and every 6 weeks, 3 months, for a skeleton, 6 weeks for a liver. And I remember when they started looking at different parts of the body that regenerate, I was just giggling to myself, saying, oh, yeah, this regenerates and that regenerates, and the skin, regenerates. And I say, yeah, they're going to find out that everything regenerates. It's a regenerating machine. So why do we have the same ongoing issues? Because we have a memory field. And I love Dr. Bruce Lipton, who tells us that we're all out of our minds. Because the mind is a field, and the body is like a radio receiving the signal and acting it out. That's why it's so important to pay attention to the signals. The principle of IRT, inner resonance technologies, addresses the signal. So all ends are covered. So the field is where we build everything up, and the body is acting it out. And so the body, I just wanted to make a point of, is not the sluggard, it's not slow, it's not the last to get it. The body is instantly responding to give you a signal of what's wrong and what's built up and what is no longer necessary in your field of memory. So the body as a machine, as a piece of physical, tangible hardware, has trillions of cells, depending on which scientist you listen to. anywhere between 37.5 trillion to 100 trillion. Dr. William Brown, a biophysicist of the Resonance Science Academy, says 100 trillion. I just say trillions. It's a big number for my brain. And every one of those neurons in that 100 trillion cellular system has 100,000 potential connections. Okay, there will be no test, but it's just for the gobsmacking quality of who we truly are, what we're breathing infinite source and spirit into infinite in our nature. So every neuron has 100,000 potential connections. It gets better. Each one of those 100,000 potential connections of each neuron has 85 billion wormholes and microtubules into other dimensional realities. So, oh my goodness, what's the problem here? So here we're breathing in source, limitless spirit into this vehicle, this supercomputer. It's actually a superconductor that works at room temperature, our bodies. And their bodies are always instantly responding. So that's where instant and spontaneous healing can happen. People doing this protocol that I developed, and I don't do anything to them or for them, and they can blend that with all the other integrated systems that are there to create more efficiency by clearing out the static and the resistance of all the old memory that's no longer relevant to this moment. And so you get to sit in the presence of receptivity, fully efficient, free of that no longer exists, free of this that hasn't happened yet, and get to be, as all the spiritual masters tell us, in the presence. That's where the gifts are, the presence. And so the power of now. And so then the body was never designed to handle all the overwhelm and breakdown. It was designed to give us an experience at every moment. So we've lost sight of that. We've forgotten who we are. So IRT helps people remember who they are as spiritual beings. And as Einstein said, the sole governing agency of the particle is the field. In other words, consciousness is the sole governing agency of the body. So we are actually in command, but we've just allowed the default. There is no program for aging talking about longevity in the body, apparently. It's all the buildup, all the static that doesn't let the life force energy come to regenerate in a clean, clear pathway. So that is the point of view that IRT loves to bring to the table, to be integrative and to have everything else and clear the way for everything else, neutralize all that static. Because the electromagnetic, we're electromagnetic beings, and all of the unresolved pain, not just from our own lives, but from the ancestral field, from the soul memory field, from the collective field. Because as Bruce Lipton teaches, we are a cell in the body of humanity. We are one. We think and hear about the oneness. What does that really mean? We're breathing in holographic particles of the whole history of the planet, says Dr. David Suzuki, an environmentalist, a scientist from Vancouver. We are physically part of each other just by breathing. And so guess what? Then, understanding that, what a joy, what an honor, what a privilege, how exciting it is to know that every breath you're breathing in, when you do that inner healing of your own field, which is part of and one with everything, you get to heal the collective simultaneously. And when we have that awareness, we start to welcome our triggers, saying, oh, good, a chance to feel better. Oh, good, now I can be healthier, I can be happier for no reason. So this is who we are. We are joy bubbles. We are here to experience. There's no bad emotions, only the ones that get stuck and then get put away, doing this underneath, and then go right? So this system, inner resonance technologies allows, oh yeah, the really cool part is once someone has gone through it even once, then guess what? They get to program a spot, an icon on their desktop, so that on a daily basis they take a single breath with a touch. So it's like downloading a program of wholeness on your computer, and then you tick off all the boxes, you sign the licensing agreements, then you save the program, and you then have an icon that you just 1 or 2 clicks. Once you program, I guide people through programming that at the end of experiencing IRT. And, it's really beautiful too, because, I can take people through this one-on-one or by the millions, because every single person is hooking up their own system and their own ability to clear themselves. And how beautiful is that, to have that freedom and that understanding that we're more than what we ever remember. So I think that's probably a good place to leave it. It's my joy, and you can tell it's my passion, and I can carry on. And we all have it within us. So I'm just grateful to be here with this family, and I get so busy. I've been so busy. I've got so many new facilitators, and I'm going on a magic carpet ride to the UK in the middle of March, and probably until the middle of April, and then back to Australia. So this is time, we're waking up and remembering that it doesn't have to be so hard. It doesn't have to be so painful, that we can elevate ourselves, we can free ourselves up. And there's more light than ever before, because we're in the age of the Satya Yuga, 1,000 years of light and enlightenment. So there's huge support for our freedom and for our sovereignty and for feeling good and enjoying and healing our earth together. And I'm just excited that I happen to be alive at this time. Well, happen to be. I've always said my middle name is I just happen to be there. So thank you so much for letting me be here today. And thank you, Neil, and thank you, Sharon. And thank you all. You're so precious. And I hardly ever get a chance to be here, but grateful today. Yes.
I've got a very important comment over here. Is what you have just said about all these, the concept of consciousness and all these things, had been very nicely explored and discussed widely by Sri Aurobindo. I don't know if you heard of him. And
Yes, yes. Yes, where Sharon lives in Crestone, Colorado. I used to stay with Cyril Schoen, who lived in India with Mother and Sri Aurobindo for 7 years. And that was one of my homes away from home. So yes, I'm very blessed with all those books.
Exactly. It is where actually he has discussed how he used to heal his tissues in a matter of minutes.
Yes.
Major
yes.
injuries, even. And that's how it's an integral care system where your consciousness can actually heal tissues at a very super speed rate. It's something that not understood, but he was actually put forwards for Nobel Prize at the time when in the United Nations he was put for Nobel Prize, but he passed away unfortunately before it was agreed to. But that's the way it was. His system of learning is very worth reading.
Thank you so much for bringing Sri Aurobindo into the mix. Absolutely. And with IRT, it's built on principles and concepts of all of what we've known for a long time and just forgotten. And so it's just that formula that wakes that part of us up. So people have healed broken bones in 10 minutes doing this protocol, before and after x-ray in a 24-hour period, but instantly shifting. And of course, in psychiatry, we've known this forever, for decades, that people can shift into another personality, an alternate personality, and change their whole biochemistry, like instantly, in a fraction of a second. It's imperceptible. Light blue to dark brown eyes, even to the point of, cancer in one personality and zero trace of cancer in the other. And even to the point of changing blood types. That's been documented. And I've had training from one of the psychiatrists in the US who was rewriting the referral manual on multiple personalities, that we're all dissociated to some level. And how do we shift back into essence, into oneness?
It's very interesting to note that with the current genetic coding that has been done on the artificial intelligence for every cell in our body, there are sections of the genes which can be changed. But there are certain sections of the genes which actually come into action when there are certain triggering events or triggering issues. If by conscious means you can avoid those triggers, those negative genes can be stopped. And
Absolutely.
that's it is felt that it is possibly in that particular level that Aurobindo was talking in terms of consciousness and quantum healing concept. That is interestingly also comes along with the what do you call that uh, nanotechnological aspect and the bhasmas. There's a major research going on in IIT Kanpur on this. That the sadhus put that ash-like thing on them, that's made of different type of materials. That bhasma has got a direct contact with this genetic changes. All go to any hospital anywhere in India, you'll never find a sadhu who has fallen sick. Interesting.
That's beautiful. Very interesting. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
I'm interested in the field, the quantum field. And I found it lately in my Qigong practice that I'm really feeling it's called the Wei Qi field. And it's a protective field that you can build through your practice around your body. And lately, they say that what happens is that your field gets like thicker and wider. And lately, in these practices, which are actually very simple to do, I really have been feeling it's almost when I'm like bringing my hands together, or I'm reaching up and bringing chi in and releasing old, stale energy, all emotional problem, all this stuff, um, that it feels like I'm moving through water. There is a it gets thicker. It's really fascinating. It's just happened recently. And so these practices are so beneficial. And maybe next time on the healthcare, I will give some so that people can experience this. Because I just found it's not only, it's clearing these movements actually clear more than just your energy. It's clearing your thoughts, clearing your emotions, because you're just so focused on bringing fresh prana, chi, shakti into and through your body, and then releasing all of the old, stale thoughts and emotional issues so that you feel this sense of radiance. Also, in these practices, often you're releasing all this into the earth, and then the earth composts it and sends it back up through your body. The image is golden light that spreads all the way from your feet, all the way up your body, up your spine, and your arms and your brain, and your whole body is filled with this nourishing light. So, and that light, when you see really healthy, alive people, you see they have a lot of radiance. And so, yoga and all of these really build up that radiance, that light, that energy, that shakti.
Yes, I agree. And for all that I used to be an athlete when I was younger and, feel really, invulnerable. Oh, I'm healthy. I had a concept of myself. I wasn't being integrative. And so my heart attack was a huge wake up call for self care, for movement, for paying attention to my own nurturing of all aspects of who I am. And too much, time on the computer, too much, solid sitting. And, bodies aren't designed for that. So I've had to really wake up. And that's why, I so appreciate all the different points of view. I always did, but I thought, oh, well, I'm good. No, you have to, you use it or you lose it. So you're always having to pay attention and balance your life. It's about balance, isn't it? Absolutely.
It certainly is. I'm having to do a lot of computer work right now, and I have to really be conscious to get up and move around. Those exercises from Lee are very good for, they're just simple and they just get the chi flowing and, um, you know, get your body moving. And that's back to it, being a dancer all my life. Um, Movement is my medium. And I just really find, even there are times when, like I have a virus or something, and this was recently, and um, I was just feeling so much aching in my chest and my shoulders. And then okay, I lay down on the floor and I do these simple, I just go in. Right. So many of us are so out there, but we really need to spend time really in. And so I go in and I just do these simple movements with awareness. Very simple. And it's one of my forms of meditation. And by the time I'm done, it's gone. The pain is gone. So there's just so many tools available. People don't have to stay locked into these patterns and this pain. And you have one of them.
Well, I've always called dancing my soul vitamin. It's my soul vitamin.
Yeah. Yeah. I usually begin when I teach, or I have people just bring their chin to their chest and slowly, slowly, so you're standing, and slowly, slowly just relax your upper body down into the ground, right? And then when you come up, you go vertebra by vertebra, right? You're going down that way too. And often I'll have people in pairs so that, the person going down, there'll be a person that's actually touching the spine, each vertebra, as they go down to the ground and then come up, just to bring that awareness of your spine and of the movement of the spine. I also really like to do what's called in Middle Eastern dance undulations. I have a practice where I do figure 8 undulations in 8 directions. Actually, it first came from my eye movements that I learned, um, looking out, looking in different directions, being shy, all that. It first came from that. But now I do it. I start in my hips. I do a whole round of it, and then I go to my dantian, then I go to my navel, then my solar plexus. So I'm going through the chakras. It takes, a little while, but it keeps the spine, undulating and fluid.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Sharon. Let's have a comment from
Yeah.
Lata and then maybe 5 minutes with Dhanada and then we close. Lata, make your comment. Thank you.
Fascinating episode today. Really quite mind blowing. Some of the things were old, some were new. But yeah, it's been amazing, and I so resonate with what Maureen said and what you said, Sharon, because dance is very, very therapeutic. It releases the energy, it gets the movement going, and it keeps us living healthy and long life. If you can't get out of the house, at least you can move and sway with music, and it's so. I think the trillions of cells really appreciate that. Do you agree? It keeps the sicknesses and the ill health out, and um, I used to encourage my children to do that as well, because it's healing and rejuvenating, and also, you know. But I can't understand how you need to go inwards and cleanse out, because we're always thinking of externally, but we're not spending enough time internally examining our organs and seeing how much work we put them through and appreciating them. which lately I've been sort of more aware of. And I'd like to learn a bit more about that and keep that in my toolbox as well.
That is,
So
the
appreciate
organ
what you
cleansing
said.
is a big part of Qigong. You know, I'll send you a link to a video from Master Mantak Chia on the six healing sounds. And it's bringing consciousness into all the organs and releasing all the emotions and the pain that has gathered in the organs. So I'll send that to you, Lata.
And I'd love to go dancing with you when I come to London.
Oh yes, you must. You must. You must. You must. Because that is, I'm looking for a dancing partner. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll link up, and I'm so looking forward. Month of March is a nice month, and we'll be in 2026. So yeah, please do look us up. You've got my details. So Neil, maybe we can do one of those Healing Our Earth get-togethers. Especially
dancing
for women.
sessions,
Yeah.
movement dancing sessions. Thank you so
Yes.
much, Maureen. Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Lataji. It's time to also welcome Dr. Dhanada. Dr. Dhanada, can you just turn your camera again? Yes. Can you make it landscape, please? Is it possible? Yes, perfect.
Yeah, it's good.
Global Namaste. Good morning.
Global Namaste, everyone. Good morning. How are you, Amrita, and everyone?
We all are good. Thank you. Your camera has changed again.
Oh my God. I think I have joined from clinic, so on my phone, it might give me a hard time. It keeps changing automatically. I will try my best
Okay.
if I can keep it.
All right.
Ah,
Right, no problem. So we had a very beautiful session today to discuss about longevity tips and practices. And before we close today's episode, we'd like to have your wisdom and insight from the Ayurveda point of view, what Ayurveda has to talk about longevity, and even your perspective, what you have to talk about longevity and your tips and practices. Over to you. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you once again. Global Namaste, everyone. I would like to begin a simple thought, that I learned um, when I was very young, and I was put forward from my middle school to speak about women, and one of the very prominent figure in India started a women education was Savitribai Phule, if everyone knows. And she said, a woman heals, the whole generation can heal. And when we followed Ayurveda as we went, we says women won't just heal their cells, but they also heal the earth. And here we are, healing our earth is our platform. So I would say human body is a miniature of this universe, and whatever we do it for the planet, we do it for ourselves, and that comes from a multi-feminine aspect. And Ayurveda says that natural creators, the women, are the nurturers, they are leaders of harmony. And women choose an Ayurvedic lifestyle when natural set of rhythms for their families, for their communities, and for all the ecosystem gets very harmonized. And I feel Ayurveda always says that, Amrita, live long, live joyfully, and live powerfully. Every woman, not just adding the years into their life, but if they can look as a longevity into their own radiance, their strength, wherever they are in their age group, they can see their moods, their hormones, their creativity, their rasa, the very juice, you know. And I was thinking about the dance when Sharon was talking, and was thinking how would the Bollywood sequence come for a woman in the Rasayana part. So morning she could be a heroine. She would do the dinacharya instead of the good morning selfies. You know, she could take care of herself. Afternoon she can become a CEO of her own doshas, and evening she can become the queen and release no toxicity in my kingdom. Neither in my food or not in the relationships. You know, it's a very amplified version of the recipe. So I would like to give a women's secret weapon of Ayurveda herbs, and that special treasure box that I also use for my vitality, for my longevity. And those rasayanas are squad given to us from Ayurveda world. So the number one herb everybody knows is called Shatavari. We call it as a queen of hormones. Okay, make women feel like themselves again because it has a lots of estrogen. It balances moods, strengthens the reproductive system, it cools your pitta down, it supports your longevity. The next beautiful herb that I like is ashwagandha. You know, stress pushy. Without stress, the women are not able to multitask today. You know, when in the afternoon she becomes CEO, she has to take that all cognitive and intellectual power of herself that she needed to calm the mind, boost the strength, supports the restful of sleep. You know, every women need ashwagandha. And you know what? Recently, I added in my vitamins that I take in the morning for my modern multitasking womenization is Korean ginseng, which is very similar working as ashwagandha. And as you all know that I am learning Chinese medicine. And another beautiful, very popular herb is coming called lion's mushroom. And if you do not know, it's a pack of polysaccharides, which means it can work on your strength, your muscles. It works on your body as a mucuna, kapikachu herb, but it has an enhanced ability to increase your mental power. And you know, this is one mushroom that I smell and I love. I don't like mushroom at all. My kids tried so many other mushrooms on me. I don't like to eat them. But since I got this lion's mushroom powder, oh my God, I put it in my coffee, I put it in my smoothies, I put it in my chai in the morning, and it is such a great relief. I left all kinds of caffeinated drinks since I started that. And I only need a 1 cup of tea, and other times I add my this dose. Um, I would tell you for supporting anti-aging, Ayurveda given a beautiful mother of the all of the herbs is called Amalaki, and it is a vitamin C with the halo. You know that halo. How many of you watch the Halo series? I don't know, but it's a big halo. It's anti-aging, brightening your skin. You can put it in any of your shampoos. There is a new shampoo coming in. You just shampoo and your hairs are black. You know, it supports the nutrition. It supports the immunity. It is a one herb that has all 5 rasas. There is no other herb that has all of the rasas in it, and that is why we eat chavan prash as a grandmother's secret superfood. because of the amalki. But if you get a amalki as like if people, like many women over 50s might have some cholesterol or might have some sugar or something, then the superfood is to look amalki murabba, or adding some amalki into your morning, taking the herbs in your smoothie a little bit. But if you feel like you can do Prash and you can do other Amalki Prash, I will tell you one secret that I prescribe all my patients. It's from Maharshi Ayurveda products. And they have Amalki Prash without having all these kinds of what they use a grade A honey in it instead of sugar. So that is called amalki prash, and that is very, very good. Another two important herbs I have to tell you is guduti, my next one. Detox with the drama, without any drama. Okay. it if you ever feel like I really feel acidity, my brain is not working, it's my to go herb. Gently removes the, it doesn't give you any problem, it gently removes the toxicity and boosts your immunity. And one of the very important function guduchi does is keep your agni strong, which is your appetite, that after 45 you need it so much. you know Add guduchi in your Pandorina box of the longevity. And the last herb that everyone knows, the golden lady, turmeric. Anti-inflammatory, hormone supportive, keeps your glow intact, keeps your skin firm. If you add, I'll tell you a beautiful mask before I leave today. Add one chana dal, like a besan flour. How many of you know? Or it is also called, in English, what it's called? Um,
The
chickpea,
gram
chickpea
flour.
flour. Yeah,
Chickpea flour. Yeah.
chickpea flour. Add a little bit of rice flour in it. Okay, add a little bit of homemade flaxseed powder in it. 1 tablespoon of honey, and 1 tablespoon of turmeric, and 1 tablespoon of dahi, which is a yogurt. You can add a grade A, and then beat it very, very nicely. Put it on your face. You don't need any Botox. This is going to blow your mind. You know, you are going to be on the next level. People are going to ask you, "What did you do? Your radiance is so good." I just used the golden lady on me. That's my golden facial. So remember, use daily shatavari in the warm almond milk, ashwagandha bedtime, which will get you moon milk, turmeric in your golden latte, amalki in your smoothies as a chawanprash, and guruchi in the tea to fight your fatigue. Okay? That is my Pandorona box to all the women, especially for the longevity. I hope today it's, I would like to invite all of our women group sometime, like everybody was saying, we are all healers. We harmonize each other. I know Sharon healed me a lot when I go to her. And she's the torch bearer of Shakti, as I remember. So sprinkle this Rasayana magic in your day, and every woman can become a small little harmonized Ayurvedic pocket and healer to give it to the earth. And of course, our Healing Our Earth platform is a heartbeat for a healthy woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhanada. This is lovely. In fact, this was a very beautiful finish. And Dr. Anukulji, starting, why have you left me alone? I've been there since the ever start. You see, you just invited women, and there is Neil Kumar who's also saying the same. So,
I wanted to talk
but
mainly about the women today, so sorry.
uh, no, that really aligns, and I think, yeah, women. passed through a lot of phases in terms of longevity, and with her striking race car ever since she is the driver of the whole car and the whole family is with her, and she needs these kind of
Yeah.
herbs. So what she has mentioned about ashwagandha, about shatavari, about giloy, which is amrita, which is me. Okay, and then and she's mentioned about the karkumalate that you can take all along with the lion's mushroom add-on. So that's a very good combination. In fact, all the phytoconstituents are great in all these plants and these herbs. You can make use of them and ask her advice, and as well as the advice of the people for taking these kind of herbs, which is very fantastic. And as Sharon told about the movement, and Dr. Anukul added about uh, the complete combination of the yummy sabudana khichdi, and the khichdi comes from the whole combination of all the things that are in collection with the emotional, spiritual, neuro-linguistic, and the physical stuff of longevity. So, your last one comment before we wind up today's session. Sharon, let's start from you, and then we have Dr. Nukulji, and we end up with another. Over to you. Thank you.
Longevity, what we really need is joy. Joy.
Yeah.
And it it's a really crazy time right now where some people seem to be really stuck in the Kali Yuga and other people are going into the light, are really feeling this abundance and of spiritual energy. And so, my advice to everyone is do what really makes you happy, because joy brings Shakti, brings
Longevity.
energy, and and also it radiates out to everyone you meet.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Anukulji, what's your take and last comment for everyone who's watching us? Over to
It
you.
was such a pleasure listening to everybody, because we're all merging onto the idea of a very holistic system of care. That's number one. When I was listening to Dr. Dhanadaji, and very fascinating, because that particular she was talking of the golden paste. It is very often used in very much of the rituals in the Indian traditions
Oh,
of
yes.
using all these things all the
Yes.
same way. Except for the thing, I was not very
Yes.
sure of the honey, but I almost came to the point that I make pakoda out of that. Almost. So I usually do exactly the same thing except for putting the honey, and then I make pakoras out of that quite regularly. Exactly the
I
same
like
things.
to eat those.
Very great. Great. That's very nice. So instead of making pakoras, you can put it on your face and your face will glisten
Exactly.
as well. It's a very good scrubber, I would say. And then the
Yes.
kind of herbs which she has mixed actually helps in taking up the blemishes and opening your pores and giving up the nourishment with the honey as a cleanser, as well as the gram flour and other kind of herbs. You can also add a lot more. This gives up a good combination. So, thank you very much for joining, everyone. We are really thankful for all our contributors who have made this episode again a beautiful memory. And I hope all the viewers must have taken up something for their pockets as well as the plates that they can help to increase their longevity, and some streamlines for the lifestyle changes that they can make in their lives. We'll be bringing to you another next week, next the Sunday, on the Indian knowledge system, some timeless wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, the holy book of Hindu mythology, taking up some tips and practices that are very beautiful for living a beautiful life. And with that, let's start with the Gayatri Mantra and close today's episode. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Pracho